look at my booty! Don't look at my booty! Hang on. You greedy little bastards! Well, if you heard that, that's the nuggets singing for more food. You wouldn't think they'd have had literally their own body weight in food all morning. Bless the little cottons. I know. Shocking that I'm starting on time today. Gonna keep you all on your toes. Hey, Deus. What ho? Good morning, hello. How you doing, dude? Stammering Gamer, good morning. What ho, friend? Hello, hello. Ehrman, what ho? Kymble, hello, hello. Come on in, friends. I got a cuppa. You just missed the chorus of guinea pigs singing like the poor abused little nuggets they are. Nobody loves them. Nobody feeds them. They're so hard done by. Papa, they say to me, Papa, we are not fed. We are but poor nuggets. And I'm like, I just saw you little bastards get food. I'm watching the stream as well. They're like, no, you have opened the fridge. And thus we must now sing to you the plight of our people. How are you lot doing? Stepgen, what ho? Wandering Gamer, what ho, friend? Coming in. Lizzie, what ho? Good morning. I'm trying not to shag my voice too hard, so forgive me if I'm not giving it the full oomph that you deserve. We'll have to table that for a future one. Feeling loads better today, but I'm just taking it easy on my voice. Wraith, what ho? Hello, hello. Games industry's being real weird today. J Boast, what ho? Coming in. Yeah, we are not going to be short of stuff to talk about today, my friends. Who else just got in? Oh, Stepgen and Lizzie. Like, thanks for rocking the little guinea pig emotes. I think they're super feckin' cute, but then I would do because they're of my guinea pigs. It's one of those things like I'm super. I don't know. I don't want to say proud parent, but I do want to be like, excuse me, we've only just met, but have you seen my guinea pigs? To literally every part of the internet. Halo Grunt, what ho? Are we ever short of stuff to talk about? Well, sometimes sometimes we have to make our own fun. And Ehrman says, how much of your gaming industry topics is not GameStop? I mean, GameStop is currently ongoing, and my friend described it as like a something awful raid, but for money, and that has continued to make me laugh wholeheartedly. Also, one thing I will say, I do not understand at least how the American stock market works. I know a little bit about like how investment in the UK works, a little, but not a lot. I've never really been involved in it because I've never had that kind of money. So I could only really talk about the effect of. I couldn't tell you how it's being done, but we'll level with you all, friends. It's bloody fascinating. Aww. Well, Stepgen, I'm glad you're liking it. Like, I have the nuggies on in the morning because we got like a little telly there, and I have the nuggets up while I'm doing stuff, and it's fucking cool. Yeah, Deus. 100 people with $1,000 are much more powerful than a single millionaire. Ah, it's so good. So good. I'll try and fill you all in as best I can, but there are lots of articles, and I mean, this isn't just industry stuff now. This is, at least in the US, is now national news, which, just sometimes it's lovely to see the internet doing something stupid for good. But we can get into that in a little bit. There are a few other things going on at the moment. Activision's trying to do it dirty, which, you know, we don't focus on the nasty here, but this is one of those ones that I just want to put in people's wheelhouses just to let you know. Oh, J-Post, yeah, Skate 4 now has an established developer. So EA has formed a studio up in Vancouver called Full Circle, who are going to be taking over development of Skate 4, which is lovely. Stammering Gamer, Activision and controversy? Never! Yeah, I know. Well, okay, there isn't too much to talk about other than this is bad. Astari, Greenfire, Watto, Sadlin, Watto, friend. Basically, Activision Blizzard is asking the SEC to make them exempt from diverse hiring law. That's the long and short of it. They're trying to make a case for, interviewing diverse candidates. I'll tell you what, I'll drop you the article because it goes into detail and there isn't really too much to be said. The stonks situation is definitely more entertaining. And Deus wondering, we'll get back into that in a second. But basically, Activision Blizzard trying to say that it is unworkable for them to be at least interviewing a swath of diverse candidates. Which is a hot heckin' load of BS.
Animals and women with attitudes.
Like,
Captain on the bridge.
oh, hello, Cinnamon, you feckin' ledge. Hello there to you. How are you doing? Feckin' Cinnamon. We were just chatting about Actiblizz being bad, and we're going to chat about stonks. But firstly, Lead Nora, so thank you for 17 months. That should go without saying, but 17 months of tier 3, that's like $25 a month. Like, sincerely thank you. How are you doing?
What's cooking?
Special bell peppers and beef.
Yeah. Oh, also friends, so the game we are playing today is just some hand-drawn gorgeousness. Someone, yes, they likened it to Odin's Sphere, and I don't think you're far off. It's like Odin's Sphere with like a dope summoning system, so I'm going to start posting this now. Episode of Pants is doing fine. Not had much time between work and private life to watch stream. Hey, you're under no obligation to be here. I'm just happy to see you. Same for all of you. Like, I ain't mad if you'll take a break and otherwise. It's just lovely to see you when you come back. So Kimball says, some jobs do struggle. There aren't that many female programmers and it depends on like law or guideline. It does. It's just Activision is trying to make a case that they should be exempt from it, whereas they're one of the few companies with the size and money to afford. Like, the hiring budgets of those companies are redonkulous. And this isn't even about, like, affirmative action. This is them saying that they should be exempt from having to interview a diverse group of people. So, there isn't too much to go into it. Like, I mean, the games industry especially quite often suffers from a very homogenistic view on elements, and teams with diverse people make better games. That's just the long and short of it. Not that that's a controversial view to any of you. Sorry, I wasn't saying that like it was somehow, I've had this genius idea. We'll be more diverse. Will, how did you come up with this brilliant idea? Well, I was sitting there sipping a coffee, and being the genius white bloke that I am, I came up with it all by myself. My word. Will you tell the people? No! Sorry. That sounded really fucking... Oh, JP, what-ho? Yeah, skinny white bloke sells racism. Well, so JP and Obsidipan, especially in the creative process of making video games, diverse viewpoints is kind of like... Do you play Metal Gear Solid? In the beginning of Metal Gear Solid, they talk about the problem with the genome soldiers. You know, these super soldiers being deployed all throughout Shadow Moses. And the problem with the genome soldiers is they all have the exact genetic makeup. One cold, one virus, one thing could wipe them all out. Even though they're supposed to be genetically superior, they have this fatal flaw that they are all the same bloody person. Now, white blokes are not genetically superior. I'm not saying that by any means. And I kind of wish I'd chosen a different analogy now, but I've dug my hole, I'm going to dig my bloody way out of it. Alongside technical ability, the different ways in which you can address a problem are also valid, especially in games. And coming at the same problem from multiple different angles allows you to solve problems in ways you might not have seen. And I'm not even talking about what that content is. I'm talking about how one approaches problems. So, no, there is a genuine value in hiring a diverse group of people to stop you from falling into, like, horrendous tech debt or, like, incredibly homogenized narrative and things like that. And elements in the future that could sink a project would have been solved by having different viewpoints looking at the same problem. Bismarck Watto! Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the heavy topics. And I guess I feel strongly about this because I've seen teams consisting... I can only speak in video gaming terms, but I've seen teams comprising of people that all pretty much look like me but with brown hair, and they spend 5 years jamming on a project, they got a market, and then there are some glaring flaws that weren't made available because it was all 5 people with the same viewpoint, the same problem-solving style, same background. And very few of those projects ever really recover from that. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and MDH writes, so today we are playing a very interesting looking indie title. Check this mother hubbard out. ENDER LILIES. This is a gorgeous 2D action RPG, and it is beautiful. Well, so JP, as much as the unqualified diverse candidate theory is discussed, I've never seen it happen. It's more of a straw man argument against, like, diverse hiring than anything else. And I'm not saying that JP or Obsidipan, I'm not saying that it's something that you necessarily believe in, but I've seen more I've seen more incompetent white blokes than anything else in the games industry, let me feckin' tell you. And again, I can't speak for generalized industries, I can't speak for other spheres, but there is... How to phrase it? Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the heavy topics off the boat, off the bat here, friendos.
И ты без понятия, где закончится твой путь. Я верю в это.
All I can really add, because I don't want to go down this route too hard, but all I can really add is the projects I've seen that look on hiring a diverse team of skilled people are the kinds of projects that make it to market and succeed. And yeah, as Kimball said, it's changing slowly, which is good. It is lovely now to see so many... To see such a wonderful cacophony of individuals, especially at like GDC and places like that. It's still pretty white dude heavy up at senior roles, but it is changing. And it's one of the reasons why we're seeing more and more impressive, varied games. Do you know what I mean? Well, see, Stammering Gamer... This is where... Well, this is where the challenge, especially in video games, comes in. That's good looking. That's a good looking hat you got there. I made a hat. Fiona made that. Yeah, and Lizzie, we'll move on to other topics. Just want to close this one out. Oh, Vanderbeest. I guess it's being a jerk. What-ho? What-ho? There are a multitude of things that people bring to a role.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Harmonious. What-ho?
All systems nominal.
Greetings, friends.
And Vanderbeest, head of House Order, thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. Harmonious, thank you for 25 months. Just... yeah. I definitely want to round this conversation off. Because I'm sorry to those of you that have had bad experiences in the varying professions you've been in. I can only talk about video games with any kind of authority. There is a value to having a diverse group of individuals, diverse viewpoints when creating a project. And especially with video games, the value of an individual on a team is far beyond just their qualifications in a set. Video games is very much about output and about what one can create, and how one locks into a team is another matter entirely. To be the most qualified at your job in video games does not make you the most valid candidate. It's not a pure output-based environment. It's a creative process. And being a creative process, the more individuals you have covering different angles of discussing an element, the higher your chance of success. Actually, that was an interesting one, because a friend of mine, someone that I know from the industries wants to do a series of videos, and I'm really hoping they carry through with it. Because one of the things they want to do is things that take you a shitload of time in games that no one thinks takes a shitload of time. And it's just a series of videos on very, very simple things that we accept in video games that actually are really bloody complicated to do. And I really hope they carry through with this to demystify. And because the thing I was talking about with varied viewpoints and problem solving, having an object on the ground, which your character then picks up and puts into their hand, is something that is incredibly complex to do, dependent on engine and type of game and how you want that character to use that item and how it's represented. Something so simple as picking something up off the floor can be weeks of work. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, there's no one path to doing that. it's not just an implementation of one system. I mean, it depends on the game you're trying to create, and games are as wide and as varied and as bizarre as your imagination can take you. So then, how do you solve that problem? And that's where the creativity in the back comes around. As Kimball says, I love that you can pet the dog, but it's so hard to implement, and it's not worth killing a team over, right? And so Stammering Gamer, just to answer that quickly, I wouldn't want to talk about other industries, but at least with the same authority that I talk about games, because I've lived in this industry, I know it. Other creative industries face challenges. Like, even when I worked in film and television, I was post-production mostly. Occasionally, like, set production, and that's a very different world. And for those of you working in different industries, who am I to fucking tell you how yours should be? So, Mecha Noel Watto! Now! Little friendo says trans rights. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I need more emote slots. Like, I don't need the purple tick over here on Twitch. And also, it would mean I'd have to play bloody Raft. But it'd be nice to have more little varied friendos. Now, who wants to talk about a bunch of idiots on Reddit wrecking the stock market? Because I bloody do. Sorry, if you haven't seen it, a small subset of Reddit has been basically wrecking face in the US financial world at the moment. Not unlike an EVE Online meme raid. And it's glorious. Mecha Noel's like, God dang it, this again. Mecha Noel, indulge me this. It's very rare that we get something video game nonsense like this, or video game adjacent, which doesn't affect us directly, but has all the hallmarkings of video game nonsense. And friends, at this point, there are so many great articles out there about breaking down what the bloody hell is going on. But so far as it was explained to me, a small subset of Reddit have managed to soar GameStop's stock price into the stratosphere. Hang on. This is the gi.biz article. This doesn't go too hard into the actual mechanics of it. Mecha Noel says, stonks to stronks. It's beautiful. I've heard it every day since it started. Errorman says, ask a game dev author remarked as a creative use of game mechanics. Yup. Well, when I started reading into this, there's so many elements of this story which, from a game design perspective, are really dumb. Really dumb. Like, I wasn't aware of... what was the term? Where you basically, you sell more shares than you have by essentially borrowing them from a hedge fund when you think that a stock is going to go down. Shorting, thank you, JP. This, from a game design perspective, seems like a massively... stock shorting, yeah. This seems like a massively exploitable thing. This is like when you find an item in a game that sells for more than you buy it for. So you like buy a vending machine soda and then sell it to an NPC for a markup. Bayonel says the stock market is all dumb mechanics as far as I can tell. It does seem that way. And right now, a group of targeted idiots are currently wrecking the stock market. Pushing GameStop stock price up to like $159 a share from, I believe when this started, it was around about 6. MDH. Oh, no. Our Deus is currently sitting at 320. See, I can't even keep up with it. If they get it to 420, you gotta blaze it. Martin was adding weight, so he had stuff against insider trading because taking people at their word is a good thing when it comes to money, right? Yup. But what's fascinating about this is it's a disconnected group of individuals rather than necessarily like a company, an organization, an entity, or a bank. So how they're going to sort this is something that hasn't happened. And thinking about it now, it's amazing that it hasn't happened until now. And the fact that it was just for the memes on GameStop is feckin' hilarious. As I said, I don't have a grounding in this, so I'm not going to pretend to tell you how this happened. Only so far as to say, this feels like a something awful raid. This feels like an EVE Online meme attack. And I don't know, maybe this is just my youth coming back. Like, I still remember idealizing in my early teens Rage Against the Machine when they held a concert outside Wall Street and managed to shut down trading for a day. Like, and Ehrman, you're right. We shouldn't overlook like the potential fallout of this. We won't know how it goes. I mean, if this was a video game, you know, if this was a video game, the first thing to do would be to patch the exploit. However, I'm sure there's some weird sphere of financial trading which is based around this very maneuver, which can't be so easily pulled out. It's like a bit of a it's like a design debt, if you will. Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho, friend? Head of House of Valkyrie and Order. Greetings, greetings. So yeah, I don't know if there's too much to add on this conversation beyond that, just that the whole thing is fascinating. Oh, to Draco Fire, thank you kindly for the follow. Supposedly there's a similar situation happening with AMC, the American movie chain. Oh. Reflectives wanted to add, being the oldest person in the room, I'll say this, it's more like Occupy Wall Street, but this actually has the ability to make a positive change. Oh, that'd be real cool. Mr. Squarepeg, good morning, Watto! Glad your power's back. Kestrel, thank you kindly for the host. Cat Exile, Watto. Oh no, so Captain Steph, you're head of House Valkyrie. Vanderbeest was already in and kindly filled the pint glass for us. Sagna was adding, there's a lot of room for this to have a seriously negative effect. Mechan Oil saying the patch for the exploit system is to try and make it so you can only buy a stock if you have a license, which is way worse. Like I said, I don't know to... Oh, wow. Well, Kestrel, thank you kindly for the 100 bits. And I think I saw one of those corgis reach, like, the stratosphere there. Reflected with, thank you, Phil Pint Glass Cannonball! Oh, bleed Nora. Oh, I'm sorry, Vanderbeest. I shouldn't have brought attention to the pint glass. You did a great job filling it there. Should have kept my yap shut. Oh, wow. Oh, Kindball, thank you for a thick 1,000 bits, you legend. The Yaldum is yours. What will you do with your new power? Sorry. Kestrel, Reflective, Feck, Kindball with 1,000, J-Post, and Spooky Ghost Anonymous Curious. Thank you all. I guess we're doing a train. And you know what? We haven't had train music in a while. We haven't had train music in a while, so let's feckin' do this. There we go. Kindle's like, I will be murdered for my crown, but your rule will be glorious. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass once again. You glorious Mother Hubbards. Okay, so for a little bit of less serious news while we're doing quickfire rounds, Crazy Taxi is 21 years old today. Crazy Taxi came out in the Dreamcast in 2000. Just let that settle in. Bano's like, how dare you? Hey, if I have to feel it, so do you. Kaible feckin' you, all of you!
This is how you invest in a stock, right?
Stockings! Stockings! Deus, thank you for a fucking $2, you fucking legend. Like, you don't do enough already. Your bloody Rocco rap video is glorious. I wish I knew how to get more people to see it. Okay, what in the sweet feckin' Nora was that? Errorman, holy shit! J-Post, holy shit! Okay, I guess this is happening. Fucking hell. Holy fuck, we just skipped like 3 stations! What the shit? Oh. Errorman has fully usurped the Yaldum. I will ask you about that in a sec. Feckin' yo. So J-Post gives out 10 subs like it's no big deal. Going to Kaimball, JP, Jurepa, Sumerelian? Father Camus, Gold Luca, Weldy B, Dominic Kyle? Neo Zion. That's a lot of letters. And good old Red 16. Then Errorman dropped like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6,000 bits. Feckin' yo! DX man, it's already popping off in here. How are you doing? Mega Noel, 1 stock please. Fucking yo, all of you, thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of just a little blown away.
Stop that incessant clicking.
All of you, thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Just thank you.
Very well launched the cookies.
Yeah, but like from bloody orbit there. 6 flaming corgis like a drop squad. Kaimball was going to get off at Station 4, but now you have to wait for the next train around. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what this lot's like. Protect my stonk.
Invest in stocking. Buy your own Gostan socks.
I should probably do that. As there probably won't be another round of events, or at least a GDC this year, I'm going to have to actually buy buy socks like a regular human, and not just steal them all from the Unity and Unreal stand. Yeah, Kimball, that's what you get for choosing the Express. Just misses out on those stations.
So much for snipes today, eh?
So much indeed, Sadlin. So much indeed. Fucking yo. Oh yeah, and Kestrel. I've got a ton of Unity and Unreal and Fat Shark socks because they give them away as just giveaways at events. And most of the games industry's got them.
Q, who's played the Texters bus game? You know, the one you drive cross-country in real time. If you stop, you start all over again.
Oh, Desert Bus! I mean, I've dabbled with it, but I've never played through it in its entirety. I mean, that's kind of Desert Bus's whole thing. It would feel a little bit cheeky to play that. Okay. Friendos, thank you all.
Did I tell you the story about the hole filled with water? Well.
Feyenoord, bravo, bravo! Feckin' hell, you legends! You did not have to do a thing today. I am sincerely grateful, thank you. Yeah, the corgis were too strong. All of you feckin' thank you! It's still playing catch-up! I'll wraith with, Dear Mr. Unity, as GDC has been cancelled, I am writing to request 10 pairs of socks that I would usually get/steal from your booth. Swift response would be appreciated, as my feet are cold. Lizzie, no. Lizzie, no, I am not saying that out loud. No, but seriously, that... I mean, Ehrman, your Yaldum is going to be for a good while. Sincerely, thank you. Yo. All of you, thank you. That's all I'm trying to say. You know by now that it just goes on. Keep a roof over our head, eating and feeding the nuggies. Well, and River. So, thank you. Thank you. That's... I hope this never comes across as contrite. I am running out of clever big words. But I get to live in a proper flat, not a tiny, like, basement bedroom, thanks to you lot. I'm very grateful for that. Bayonot, we're not going to eat the nuggies. Though Fiona and I have joked that come the Zombocalypse, we would just breed nuggets. But the ones we have now, any ones that's named, they're not for Edie's. Only come the Zombocalypse. Yeah. Katros, you know what it is? Sometimes, you know, you got this much left of gin in a bottle. The conversation gets dark. What? The undead would have to roam the earth for that to happen. Solution, don't drink gin. The irony, of course, being that gin is in fact a solution. Oh, but seriously, thank you all. Okay, we could definitely stop the conversation. We went into the dark. We're gonna pull back. And Pokemon, hup! Smooth jams, hup! So changing the topic as fast as humanly possible. It certainly has been an interesting day. I don't know if you've all been following the stuff around scavengers and one Simon, I want to say Davero, but as about 20 minutes, he has been suspended So he is going to be stepping down temporarily as an external firm audits the studio. Hopefully that means something's getting solved. The one... Oh, so Squarepeg, these lovely Mother Hubbards kicked off a train that went... That was feckin' lovely of them. I was just bringing up this one, because this dropped literally after we started this morning. You probably don't recognize the name, but Scavengers was one of the more interesting titles we saw pop up. I believe it was announced during the Game Awards end of last year. A really gorgeous looking, interesting title. Oh, what was the other little bit of news? Oh, Tencent have put a minority stake in Don't Nod. So the Life is Strange studio have a non-controlling stake by Tencent. And Mechanoel, we are going to be getting into Ender Lilies. I just, you know, it's nice to have a bunch of stuff to talk about, you know what I mean? And sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. It doesn't ring a bell. JP said, well, JP and Martin saying Tencent's been spending their wallet. Oh, they have? I mean, Tencent have been making a lot of quiet, similar investments across the industry. It just seems to be getting a little bit more cover now. And Kestrel saying, what's the weird thing with GameStop? I mean, we can go back into discussing that if you will. Has anyone found a really good article breaking down, like, the long and short of it? Because, oh boy. I feel we... I feel we've hit a lot of the big beats. Oh, the KOTOR game. Oh, Deus, thank you kindly. So, Kestrel, the Vox article that Deus linked is probably the best way to get into it. But the TLDR is, imagine an EVE Online meme raid, but with real money. And, JP, I saw that. And you know what? I got to admit, there's this certain, like, elitism in the games industry we get sometimes that does my bloody head in. So basically, friends, there's going to be a Knights of the Old Republic game coming out at some point, being made by someone. And a lot of the games industry's kind of, like, commenters are being like, oh, you'll never guess who it is. Feckin' Jason what's-his-face. And firstly, nobody likes that person. And while I do appreciate Jason's reporting, I do not like him as an individual. And, you know, it's a profession, you're allowed to say that. The whole, you'll never guess who it is driving me up the wall. It's crafting news out of nothing. Because the thing is, they could found a new team out of people who you might have heard of but have never existed prior. So of course we'd never bloody guess. Yeah, Kestrel, it's like conversational clickbait. Excuse me. Now, I love the idea of a new Knights of the Old Republic. And if what is being rumoured at is true, I'm real down for it. The idea that it's going to take elements from 1 and 2, craft something that takes its best parts, but trims the fat a little. Like, friendos, I love Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Like, I played both on console because I did not have a rig that could run it at the time. Loved them, have gone back and played them with the expansion patches, but I will say there's a lot, especially the first game, it's a lot stodgier than I remember. And going back to it, I'm not saying the pacing is necessarily bad, but oh boy, that game wouldn't hurt from having a bit of it trimmed off, you know what I mean? Stammering says, what about a remake remaster? Alright, now I don't know if this is pure heresy, but ever since the Final Fantasy VII Remake, I've been thinking about a lot of old RPGs that use facsimiles of real-time combat. And like Knights of the Old Republic is a dice-rolling RPG system with some 3D visual elements to it, but it is not an action game. I would love to see Knights of the Old Republic get the Final Fantasy VII treatment, like give it a fresh new coat of paint combat system. Oh, Katros was agreeing they'd love to see Knights of the Old Republic 2 story, Jedi Academy gameplay. Heck yeah. Hell, take the old VO lines, remix them. I'm down for it. I don't think that it is... Okay, personally, I don't think it's heresy to look back at old games and try and see what they were trying to convey rather than copying them wholesale. There is still a joy in those old classic turn-based JRPG games. There's a rhythm to them, and I've often said that the pacing of old school JRPGs is part of their joy. This idea that you that you train and you grind and you fight and you struggle and you become more and more powerful. And then you face these bosses down, you crush them. And it's not that you over-leveled. No, it's that you put your time and effort into it and you kick the absolute hot snot out of something. God, I absolutely love that. But after seeing Final Fantasy VII's action combat, it encapsulates so much of the world and the feeling they were trying to put forward in the original. Like, I'm all about that. Let us take Black Mesa as well. Now, okay, again, I know it's easy to point to Black Mesa. They had 10 years to remake one game. But that final section of Zen, of taking something that didn't quite work in its original concept, and remake not the game, but the experience, I'm just like, oh... So Stammering says, what about Larian Star Wars RPG, original Sin 2 elements? I mean, now it feels like we're just playing like what we'd love to see, and I'd love to see that. Especially if we put forward with the thing that Knights of the Old Republic did so well is it wasn't just here's a story about a bunch of Jedi. Although it does become very, as the story ramps up, yes, it does become very Jedi Sith focused. But you have your little team of misfits together, and it's feckin' good. And I think that a Larian-style game in that style could work. Although, I will say, my obsession with Divinity Original Sin does come from doing, like, Bucket Squad with Jokat, Fiona, and Star. Playing that game as a group game is exceptional, and I think there is a real hunger for that kind of group story sans DM.
Captain on the bridge.
Imnui.
I think you mean Imbunny. Jaralan, how you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. And I want to say, for 26 months at a tier 3. Like, sincerely, thank you. That's an inordinate amount. So, thank you. Thank you. Kandarian says, anyone here tested Cyber Shadow? I know a few people were playing it yesterday. It's going to be a while before I get properly stuck into it. And I do have to admit, like, the manner in which they launched, it absolutely snuck me past. So I am once again reminded, beware the January reset. No! Beware the January reset, friends. For it comes with problems. However, I am looking forward to it. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry, Kestrel. January reset. Shorthand meaning that over the holidays, it is safe to assume that people have forgotten about your video game, and that momentum that you had in the previous year has been reset, and that you should consider that to be the case. So, sorry, we'll definitely be playing potions at some point. Like, I'll hit Renee up, and we'll go from there. I don't know when we'll get the chance to do it. Like, we are very lucky to have this sheer amount of different titles careening around. Like, fucking hell. For those of you that enjoyed the Blackwell series, we have its follow-up game still waiting in the wings. We still haven't started Tangle Tower. Wait, no, there's a prequel to Tangle Tower and then a follow-up. Sorry about that. Apologies for getting distracted for a second there. An interesting game that I wanted to show you all. I actually got rejected for a copy of it on Keymailer. And I really want to be like, I'm sorry, what? Like, I don't want to be Billy Big Bollocks here. But it's like, this is a title that has gotten little to no coverage. And I'm like, yeah, I'd really like to show this game to people. And they're like, yeah, no, you're not important enough for a copy of our game to show it to people. Can't help but feel a little bit like, oh, well. Oh, yeah, it's Secret of the Swamp and then Tangle Tower, yes. Couch says, which game is it? I'm not telling. If they want me to show off the game, then fine. No, it was a surprisingly thought out survival game about living homeless in, I believe, Canada. So you play a homeless person, and the different systems that you can use to survive and the challenges faced. And I was curious to see how they would tackle it, because yeah, Jaron, I think it was change. I think it was. But no, I was declined. Sorry, I love Keymailer as a site, and more often than not, it does good, because a lot of small teams that wouldn't think that people would want to cover their games do get additional coverage. However, like the amount of times where I'll get an email saying like, oh, you've been approved for a key, like a year and a half after requesting it. I was like, what do you want from me, people? Okie dokie Lokies. Sorry, let me just quickly bang out a tweet. I know. And then we'll actually move on to the video gaming part of our day, so I can show you some cool stuff. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound egotistical in that one. A lot of the time, I only really pick video games that I think are interesting or worth showing off. No! Sorry, Kyle was saying, I've started saying okie dokie. Okie dokie Loki. I'm sorry. It's if you start having the wellity slip in, I don't know what to say. Martin's saying Harper Char, mostly to myself since it's all these days. I mean, I don't know if you've tried doing Harper Char over on Nugget Nation, but it's impressive to say the very least. What in the bloody hell? Sorry, Automod just blocked TSCTH from saying hello. Or just from... Note to self, kick Automod in the knees. Yeah, Wraith, it is one of those things where I can understand where a lot of, like, especially the indie teams are coming from. That it's very difficult for them to see who is someone that should be given a key, who is someone that's just trying to fish one out to sell it for some cash, which are the people that are going to give them positive coverage, or which are the people that are going to just leave it by the wayside. And there is definitely a fear, especially as like small unpublished indies, that if the game's just good, it'll sell well. And because it's very scary marketing your own game. Like, comparable to, like, marketing a title that you're a part of or a big IP, it's terrifying, especially if you put a lot of your heart into it. Hold patrol. So I can understand that the mentality of, well, if the game's good enough, it'll sell itself, can be very enticing because it means you don't have to, like, scream about yourself to the high heavens. But, God, I just wish so many of these little indies would just be super liberal with keys. The cost of losing out versus the cost of having a whole bunch of coverage. All right. Look at me tapping out tweets that there's no tomorrow. Oh my word. Sorry, Greenfire's got a kilogram of jelly sweets. Damn. Oh, Kessler once got timed out by Automod for typing dinosaur. God. Kyle decided to update their CV and trying to put 12 years of experience on one page is hard. Oh, Kimball, I just fucking gave up. Like, I have my little brief summary of me as a human, and then I just have my full discography now. Like, you've got over a decade experience. If somebody wants that, hand them a fucking tome. Like, that whole, like, oh, you should have your CV on one page. No. When you hit the 10-year mark, make them work for it. Like, you're a 10-year veteran. I also list, with each role, I also list which games shipped during that one. So it looks more like a fucking IMDb page than anything else. Oh, Salem says, amusingly, in the US, the CV is the tome and the resume is the short version. Interesting. I'd also like to compliment the Ender Lilies team. I searched for gorgeous GIF, and I was thoroughly rewarded, especially for a game where the art style is such a big selling point. DX, it must be nice to work on projects that don't get canned or end up changing in requirement hell. Do you mean emotionally? Yes. In terms of your CV. Do you know what the best thing you can have in your CV is? An unreleased title from a big IP. Because you get that mark, but with no deliverables. You can say, oh, well, you know, worked on AAA Star Wars sexy dating game. And a recruiter will be like, oh shit, they work with a Star Wars IP at this level in this studio. Ah, but the game didn't come out. So there's no quality threshold for what that actually means, and it just makes your CV look amazing. Now, do I like this? No. Does it work? Yup. Okay. Catcher's saying I need to check my Steam inbox. Aw. Catros, you didn't have to do that. Catros, that's very kind of you. Catros sent me a copy of Change. That's very kind of you. Sincerely, thank you. And then 100 bits to let me know that it was there, as I was in full waffle mode. Salem says, most hiring managers I've talked to suggest 2 pages more reasonable if you have a significant body of relative experience. It is one thing that annoys me personally, is that I know quite a few people in the industry who have moved from notable studio to notable studio, have worked on notable projects, but shipped none of them, and have managed to basically, like, bounce their way up the industry by kind of changing every couple years. But that's metagaming, you know? You're most valuable on a gaming project if it's very, very successfully... If it's very, very hyped, but before it's launched. God, I got the most job offers about, what, 6 months before Rome 2 shipped? I was getting job offers left, right, and center. Because there were so many eyes on, and people wanted what was being delivered. Ah, good times, good times. I mean, there's a lot of things I personally and professionally could have done very differently. Stooge Watto, friends! Come on in, come on in. We're just about to get into the actual Vijagamey part of this. Except for I ran out of coffee. That's a problem. Stooge, how was your morning? What were you playing? What ho, friends? And Stooge, it's going real well over here. Got a video game downloaded. Got an interesting one to show people. Making a few people feel old by reminding them that Crazy Taxi is 21 years old. They can now legally drink in the Americas. And we've chatted a little bit about how Reddit are using GameStop to shake up the financial world, which is making me smile. Oh, you got onto Skull the Hero Slayer. Lovely. The what I always hoped Decap Attack would be. Oh, yes, Sadlin. I am going to put that in... Oh, and speak of the devil, Bart Ender's currently chilling in the Discord. Friends, so Bart Ender in Discord is the individual who ran the upstairs bar back at GameWorks and was the same person that made the 4 Horsemen shots. All right, I have placed the challenge with Bart Ender, so we'll see how that shakes out. Oh, actually, and bouncing around. So, Mr. Squarepeg, are you chilling and illing here with us in stream? Because Mr. Squarepeg put forward the Robert Space Industries financials. Along with their, wait, is that just the roadmap or is that their financials? Shit, I was reading it last night, but I was a bit delirious. The sheer amount of money that Star Citizen has coming in on the yearly is fascinating. I think they brought in 60 million in 2020, but I'd need to go and double check that. And sorry, thank you kindly for the offer of jelly sweets. I'm alright. It's pretty rare that I go into the sugar hard. And the last time I had a craving for it, I went through one of the fruit gums, fruit pastel mixes, and it was glorious. Kimball says, Robert Industries financials would make for a great weird game title. It sounds like something Zalavir would make, you know? Robert Space Industries Financial, the sequel to Space Organ Warlord, Future Organ Space Trading Warlord. Shit. Bacon Avengers, eat the shark gummies in revenge! I look at them and they fill me with a sense of dread. Oh, and, oh yeah, Stooge, I'm very much looking forward to trying that monstrous gin. Sorry for not being full excitement last night. I don't know what was up with me. And also, one thing that I forgot to share with you all last night was, I didn't realize this because it was hiding under the packaging. Alongside the model kit of the cup noodle that I bought when I was drunk, they sent an actual cup noodle with it. Right. I'm sorry that I missed that. Ray's do not mix those up. Yeah, that'd wreak havoc on me teeth for a start. Alrighty. So I tell you what, friends, let's get this game started, and then let's keep chatting about whatever. You know, if you'll want to go back into the industry conversations, then I'm feckin' down for it. We don't have to. But either way... Oh, hang on, let me get the game title updated. I really wish Twitch would just let me update all the fucking box art for them. I'd happily sit down and just slowly go through it. Because it kills me when I can't do it. And their current system for updating box art is still archaic. I think they've got a developer portal now, but God, it's been so long. Because Rocketworks was the last time I had to do this. Well, yeah, they do still grab some of it from Giant Bomb, but by my understanding, they were working on a back-end developer-only portal for adding stuff. Oh, Mechanoel. The history of Battletoads and GameStop is a bizarre piece of Americana that I don't even know where to begin. Like, I don't even know where to start with that. Alright, let's get in game. And then... Feck, I don't even... Okay, that is something there. Alright, friends, hang on just a second. What is that? Sorry, bear with me just a second. I might have to play Whack-A-Mole. I don't want to point it out because once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. Hang on, bear with me just a second. I do apologize. All right, I'm gonna have to go on a hunt to find out what in the ruddy hell that is. I'll be back. I promise. I promise. We'll be back in a second. I need to find out what this thing is. So it doesn't drive me completely doolally tap. Alright, I have no idea. Alright, El Guapo, Watto, playing some video games. So this is Ender Lilies. Ender Lilies. Ender Lilies. There we go. There we go. Adjust the gamma to your desired level. Well, I don't have anything to adjust it against. Oh, I think this is going to be gorgeous. All right. Alright. Tweets deployed. So, Kandarian, this game is out at the moment. I believe it's doing an early access release, so I don't know to what degree we're seeing that. But I'm looking forward to having a look into it. Alright. You're ready to get started? Yeah, Mechanoel, I think what I'll do after stream this evening is I'll find you the video that breaks down the whole Battletoads thing, because internet's weird. Internet's weird. Hey, Neon Shudder, Watto friend. How are you doing? And Abs Watto! You timed it perfectly. Come on in, come on in. Abs bringing in 31 people like a feckin' legend. How are you doing? We literally just pushed start on this. So, Abs, how was your day? How was your stream? Watto and welcome. Neon Shudder, I was lurking on your partner stream, and I saw one of your guinea pigs, and it's so cute. You seem to be awake. Looks can be deceiving, friend. Oh, excuse me, Sir Ghost Ghostington. Yeah, you did a frighten. You can thank the priestess for my incorporeal form. Do you remember what fate befell this land? I mean, I was napping, so no. Nope. So have you lost your memory as well? Let's be rid of this place now. It may be best you see the state of things outside yourself. Ghost man, so spoopy. So yeah, Abs, how was your day? Okay, Ghost Guy, you seem to are you doing like a phase in and out here? Oh yes, you are. Aha. Did I find a secret? I did. So up, and then A to read. Finding statue inscriptions. The stone statues are likened to the white priestesses. The inscription below, the surviving statue reads, Priestess of Dawn, while the destroyed statue seems to have been one of the Priestess of the Gale. Oh, not Gale! Big red glowing button. Don't know what I'm doing. Let's push it! Locked. One of these days, I'd love for a title, well, I guess, to an extent... River defends the house. I guess to an extent, Nier Automata did it, but I'd love to have a situation like that where you push the button. You should have done that. Kabloom. Bacon Adventures. I had this horrible mashup of, hey, listen! And I've got a friggin' sword. Ha 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 ha! Nightbot strikes again. Geraldine says, I mean, a game about unintended consequences? That's Don't Touch Anything, I think. That is very funny. And yeah, Ark of the Conclave, one of Nier's 21 non-canon joke endings. Yeah. River Defend the House should definitely be on the Longship bingo card. Okay. So basically, we are tiny glowing child, but at the press of a button, Ghostman! Ghostman! Hank Ghostman! Sorry, saying that this is giving them a Child of Light vibe. Okay. I can see it. This seems bad. Ark's like, are we already... Yeah, I've already had a... Umbral Knight. Do not be afraid. Wield my powers as your own. You seem more than capable. Alright, fine, Jesus. Ghost Knight! Hadouken! Oh, that person's super dead. Sorry says, how long was she sleeping? We don't know. This is all we've been shown so far. Honestly, I could spend like 20 minutes just hanging out here in the rainy cathedral. Are you taking the piss, Sir Knight? I am a tiny child. You keep doing that thing where you're behind me. Spooky ass Mother Hubbard. I don't feel like we have. These kind of feel like the praying people from Dark Souls. Oh. Fine. Stab my little feeties. Also, somebody get this child some shoes. So Neon Shadow's adding, the band that did the OST for this is incredible. They're called Melee. They also did the opening theme for the new Ghost in the Shell on Netflix. Yo! That's freaking rad. Can you hear the Nuggets cry in the other room? Yeah, I guess we can jump over him. Is it the singing Nuggets? Sorry, thank you for the 100 bits, yo. Mechanol says, I was basically told this game is blasphemous if it was less religious and more cute. Ooh. So far, the best analogy anyone's made is to, like, the Vanillaware titles. This feels very evocative of, like, the Odin Sphere, like, hand-drawn art style. It's also worth saying, this is an early access title. Oh, no! Got away from me, slug! Bad slug. Just very quickly to add, this is an early access title, so there are going to be some bugs, there are going to be some missing stuff. Do not judge this as final product. You all know the drill, but it warrants saying. Because I felt like with Blasphemous was going for a very specific art style and a very specific kind of feel. But, I mean, we're only 2 screens into this. Oh no! Leave me alone. Do not touch the tiny child. As soon as that comes up, I guess because I watched it recently, all I can hear is Piccolo screaming, "Dodge!" Her dodge isn't a swift dive or, sorry, a swift roll or an adept footwork. It's just a child leaping on their stomach to get past. And dodge! 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 Haha! I will say this child is surprisingly competent. Dodge! Dodge! Yeah, all I can hear is Piccolo just yelling that in my ear. Oh, and Katros, thank you kindly for dropping the link in there. I don't know if this has a humble link yet. I don't believe it does. Oh. Also, little touches I love about this. So, instead of our little lass being like a JoJo summoner being like, "Go forth, my knight, and murder!" Each time he attacks something, she just flinches, which feels very authentic. Hang on a second. I need to find the name of this game that this is reminding me of. Devil May Cry summoning game. Oh no, because one of his abilities is summon swords. Was it Legion? Darn it. So there was an old school Devil May Cry style title that had summoning as its main mechanic. And it keeps springing to mind. And it's just... It's killing me that I can't remember what it is. That thing slugs me. I do imagine our first night having a very formal, clipped kind of voice, like an, oh good, you're awake. Well, I suppose we get this child outside, see what happens. No. Ow! Feck you. Cool. I'm very close to death. This was a very short-lived run of a small child. Quasimodo, what, oh friend? Catro says, which era console? I had it on PC, and that would have put it like... PS2 era? Oh. So down and read. Aline's letter. Dear Sigrid, I want to deliver the amulet unto that white priestess. It's a necklace bestowed to all the priestesses, but I've imbued it with a blessing. I'm certain the ward will protect her from the threat of the blighted. Wards can be broken and restored, but that is something only a priestess can manage. I count on you to see this through. Yours, Aline. P.S. Don't eat the yogurt in the back of the fridge. That's mine. Sigrid, I swear to the old gods and the new, if you consume that again, I will be livid. Ah, okay. So I get 3, essentially, heals. Chaos Legion! Thank you, Stammering Gamer. This gives me kind of like Chaos Legion meets Odin Sphere kind of vibes. Well, in the teachings of Sir Frederick Durst, I'm going to break something tonight. Ooh, pick up an amulet fragment. Ooh, max HP plus 5. Don't mind if I do. All you can upgrade is strength? In fact, that one door in particular. No. Leave me alone, sir. Feels surprisingly competent. On the blighted. As the mind, body, and soul of these affected with the blight consumes, the rot spreads throughout. The rot possesses superb regenerative properties, granting undying flesh. The link between mind and body is cut in time, and the host is driven purely by the wrath of the blight. Oh, the Umbral Knight's informing us how you fell. Let's rest a spell. You look rather tired. Yeah, let's just have a little sit down on this bench, surrounded by corpses. Ooh. On the blighted. There are blighted whose minds do not fade. There's no saving grace, however. As is said, they must endure the eternity of pain and suffering. Goody! The miracle of the White Priestess is the only true salvation for those who have been cursed with the blight. Wonder where we'll find a White Priestess, they say, glowing. That one sushi chef? What, ho, friend? Hello, hello? Oh, Catro says they're basically doing a live practice on doing search queries at this point, since they're studying to be a librarian. It's going to be part of their job. Yeah, the satisfaction of helping people solve those kind of problems is great, but I don't envy you on the whole, there's this book! Man, Automod is being an absolute jerk today. Oh, to the one sushi chef, I'm doing lovely. Yeah, it was a drunken purchase I made a couple days ago. And the thing I didn't note yesterday on stream was that it actually came with a cup noodle with it. So, read into that how you will. I also got one of the 3-star Haro kits as well. Ark of the Conclave is saying there's no stamina bar, which is interesting. Probably because the spirit that does all the fighting. Yeah. Like, we're the squishy meat, but it's the spirit that does the work. But yeah, I've been doing real well. This was one of the game we got today. The only reason that it came back up on my radar was I missed all the press emails going around about it. Just in the sheer nonsense of the beginning of the year. And a friend of mine poked me about it and was like, hey, you want to do a thing on this? And I was like, feck yeah, I do. So Sushi Chef says they finished their cup noodle kit. So fun build. Got a green box Ultron kit to do next. Lovely. And yeah, this is real pretty. Like, the art style, it's very much going for the paper doll animation, which I like. But I'm a sucker for hand-drawn stuff. So, no spirits, no relics, no enhancements. Just save. Oh, but sure. Now, it's curious to do this kind of title as a early access game, as I find that usually with titles like this, my personal preference is to go into them once they are together. Oh, so back onto Chaos Legion. Stammering Gamer says it's a Capcom game. Is it? God, I've forgotten so much about it. Right by saying it started out as a Devil May Cry game. Well, I was a huge fan of Devil May Cry, but I didn't have a PlayStation, so I used to play my mate Nate's copy on the weekend. And so when Chaos Legion came out, it actually got a PC release, so that's why I was all about it. The one thing I will say with Chaos Legion is it did that great thing of where it starts you with all the fun toys, and then because of narrative reasons, it all gets taken away. So in a game that would be quite hard to quantify what the cool stuff is, like what the top tier things you want to be aiming for, it gives you enough grounding to know when it's going to be awesome. Sushi says that they're still sitting on an AC guy kit. Prices to drop a little. No. I see you, slugs, leaping from above. Oh, Neon Shadow. But did you play Bujingai, the gacked Devil May Cry wannabe? I'm sorry. Dirge of Cerberus says what? I got very distracted there. And Stammering Gamer says, watching this makes me want to try retry Dead Cells. Well, they just dropped new DLC yesterday. Oh, sorry, and if you don't know what I'm saying, so Gacked is a very well-known Japanese musician. I believe who rose to fame with the band L'Arc-en-Ciel. A very kind of like, what if pretty vampires do music? And he both did music for the Final Fantasy VII spin-off game Dirge of Cerberus, and also was in Dirge of Cerberus as himself. Oh yeah, speaking of games that absolutely deserve a remake, Dirge of Cerberus. Because there's large... I watched a friend of mine play it quite recently, and there's large swaths of the system that I had completely forgotten about. No. No! Slug, you are not invited to this party. Yeah, there's whole swaths of Dirge of Cerberus I'd completely forgotten about. No. Ow! Do not stab the child. Staring Gamer says, speaking of Final Fantasy games, the one that needs a remaster is Crisis Core. Oh, that would be glorious. I misheard that as Dirty Cerberus, which brought in, not quite sure. Well, see, Dirty Cerberus for me just means like the dag from Hades got into the mud. Like, no, Cerberus, get out of that! Oh, no. Do you know how hard it is to wash a three-headed dog? Nigh impossible. Yeah, backswing. backswing for the win. Dea says that Crisis Core is getting a remaster. Lovely. Although I did finally catch up on what's going on with the Resident Evil 4 remake. It looks like that's been taken away from one developer and being given to another. Oh, Camille's like, oh, maybe think of Kaya getting all muddy now. Oh, Lord, the mess. Yep. Oh, it's one of those only dog owners will understand. I'd also love to see, oh, feck, what was its subtitle? The one which is like a Final Fantasy game about a school, where, in exchange for magic powers, people forget the dead. Oh, feck, which one was that one? Because that one had a lot of promise, but really limited scope. No. So Final Fantasy VIII is the one with the flying school. I loved 8, and I'd love to see an action. Okay, I know we shouldn't just be focusing on, like, the remaking of old titles, but I do feel a game like, especially Final Fantasy VIII, remaking that with a stronger combat system. There are thematics in 8 which I love, which would absolutely benefit from... Oh, yes, Katros, the game I was talking about before, yeah, it was Final Fantasy Type 0. Thank you. I'll get back to that in a second. Final Fantasy VIII, I'd love to see get the treatment because it was when they started dabbling more with the user's involvement in the game. So, like, with Squall and his whole Gunblade, it took into account the triggers on the PlayStation controller. So you could do extra damage if you pulled the trigger when you slashed a Squall, giving you kind of a bit more of a hook. So the idea is you're actually pulling the trigger on the gun as you're hacking and slashing at people. Pretty simple, but for a PlayStation 1 era title, it felt revolutionary. I also feel that if I could give Final Fantasy VIII the almost the Black Mesa treatment, the idea of the final villain getting the chance to make a bit more sense, getting another run up at that story, be kind of rad. Because the one thing it did that Type 0 gave a really good stab at as well, but did it from a different angle. But Final Fantasy starts you on this very familiar space. Like, big, colourful cast of characters. Everyone's got their own unique weapons, their own personalities. And it feels very... It feels very familiar when you're in that space, which is feckin' cool, right? And it's not until your final exam, which is actually a beach landing and invasion, that you realise that, wait a second, no, we're a mercenary group. We're literally trained child soldiers. People are dying, what the fuck? That whole hook has stayed with me for a while. Oh, Wolfgrad, I didn't see you come in there. What-ho? Sushi's saying they're still kind of hoping for Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC. I don't have any inside information on when we might be getting that. I think there are a lot of discussions happening right now behind closed doors about how much publishers will or won't be putting into, like, you know, action pass systems and things like that. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Yeah. Stab in the back. Deus is pointing out some of the Crisis Core homebrew remaster. Ah, lovely. Remember, don't talk about it on social media, because you want to make sure things like that happen through. I just have my ghost kill him, it's fine. Aha! Look at me finding secrets, being cool. No slug. Hold that thought. But yeah, the reason why I brought up Type 0 is that Type 0 had one of the most mechanically interesting quirks to a magic system. Which is, you can have cool kid magical powers in this thing that looks like a British boarding school, but for murder. However, the cost of your powers is that you forget the dead. Which means that anytime one of your classmates dies, you just forget them. You forget their existence. That's the cost of magic. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's just the existential nonsense in that, but I think about it a lot. Nope, that looks important. A door opens in the distance. And the thing I've been thinking about more and more this morning, because I've been doing a bunch of posts on Twitter about some of my favorite, like, 16-bit era games. Primarily giant robot games, because, hello. And one of the things that's been killing me is, I've been chatting about Metal Warriors, which was... What the feck are you? Ow! Nope. 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 And heal. Alright, lady, let's do this. Sir Knight! Thank you. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, it might be worth it. Amulet fragment. More health! Yay! Metal Warriors is a glorious game from the 16-bit era. As I was saying, released by LucasArts and made by the team that did Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Frequently misattributed to the same team that did, well, you'd know it as Cybernator in the US, but completely unrelated. Actually, I have no little pray, little heal. And it's gorgeous. It's arguably the best game of its type that came out for that that has come out for that genre. And I could wax lyrical about it for ages. And people have been intrigued by it and asking, like, you know, where do I find this game? Where do I get into? How do I experience this title? And the thing is, you can't right now. There's no. You could buy a secondhand copy on eBay or Amazon or wherever. Or, like, if you have a retro store near you, you could pick one up from there. But there's not really another way of doing it. And so the most direct method is piracy, which obviously we don't condone piracy here in the Longship. But it's like the only way that you could really access it without going through, like, ridiculous levels of collector's sites and whatnot is through ROMs and emulation. And it really does strike me that I'd love to see more companies just embracing, like, even just basic emulated versions of their titles. I don't need fancy. I just need pad controls, local co-op where necessary, go from there. These are things that already exist with some, like, with some parts of emulation that has been put out. Ooh, ding, I believe. And like, at this point, I'd love to see a lot more of these titles getting, like, legal paid variants that we can acquire. Oh, and Shackle, while Final Fantasy VIII is my second favourite game in the series, I also admit that the plot of it is riddled with holes. DXman just saying the friend and I loved Metal Warriors for its multiplayer mode. We rented it from Blockbuster numerous times. Yeah. I mean, it was a hard title to get even when it came out. Also, a really, really good example of how to do a lot with very little. But, again, you get me talking about Metal Warriors. We're going to be here till the break of dawn. Oh. Umbral Knight saying, tainted by the blight, they never die. We call these creatures the Blighted. I didn't come up with that name. Salem says the current lowest starting price for most eBay auctions for Metal Warriors is $220. Now, on the one hand, you know, there's a bougie part of myself that loves the idea of, you know, difficult to find games. Adding that rarity does have a certain physical aesthetic to it, but not to the detriment of people being able to play it. Because right now, you can't play that game legally. And I am by no means saying that you should safely download the ROM and an emulator to play it on and experience that title. I am absolutely not condoning that in the slightest. And I said, Katros, I'm not saying that games wouldn't be worth that. And Blue Abomination, also soup. It's more that I don't like the idea of that barrier to entry. You know what I mean? Like, I understand with something like Steel Battalion. Steel Battalion is an experience that you have to have the peripherals and things. Maybe you could build your own, but it's not an experience that works sans the control scheme. But Metal Warriors is... Sorry, I'm making two separate points here, so do bear with me. I don't want there to be a massive barrier to entry. I don't want knowledge in games to be severely... I don't want it to be... Oh, what? River, what's the clever term for when one cannot access knowledge without being obscenely rich? Do you know the term? I can't remember it. Oh, an Osterline. What-ho! We're playing Ender Lilies, and the game is gorgeous. Anyway, clever big word for only rich people get to do thing. Elitist. There you go, Kimball. I don't want games to become an elitist knowledge base. Privileged knowledge base? The only way you'd know about Metal Warriors is if you have obscene money, or were just lucky enough to have experienced it in the back and forth. Oh, Osterline, I'm doing lovely. I know I was feeling a bit shaky yesterday, but I'm feeling much, much better today. And I was more talking about how, like, rare and exceptional games are very hard to access. And I find myself in kind of a... I don't know. My personal philosophies are clashing. I'm vehemently anti-piracy. However, without illegally downloading a ROM of Metal Warriors, you can't play it without spending an inordinate amount of cash. No, don't rest on the tetanus bench, child. Child, no. Oh, if you scratch yourself on that thing, it's going to be a very short video game. Oh, Kestrel, the rain effect in this is utterly gorgeous, and honestly, I can just happily watch this for the rest of the afternoon. But then you know what I'm like when we get to the City of Tears in Hollow Knight. Anyway, it's something that's been on my mind. I mean, at this point, I honestly think that if companies were able to embrace emulation and actually sell ROMs of their properties, it might restore at least a little bit of finances in old game restoration, but the air is thick with the rot. Oh, cool. She's just screaming destroy a lot. Anyone think I'm about to get my ass kicked? I do. Oh, God. Ah! Okay, so she's got like a feedy flail mace thing going on. Damn it, backswing. Just all I can do with this child is just run away. Back in. I wonder what that second bar is. Go on, do you big. Yo! They have a stunt. Okay. So the orange bar under the red health bar is like a stun? Oh, I can't walk through it. Okay. Yeah! First time, every time! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck. I should have known. What was that? Will's actually doing well in a fight? Nah, that's second form. The sad music got more sad, and now there's Latin. Oh no. No! Fuck! Staring is like, third stage incoming? Child shattered. Bleeding Nora. Yo, actually, Cat Exile, I hadn't considered the Momodora vibes. Anyway, so jumping back into chat, Kyle was adding the National Video Game Museum in the UK is working to preserve as many games as possible for everyone to access, which is good. And the Internet Archives has been real good about keeping a lot of, I don't want to say abandoned titles, but titles that otherwise would have been lost to the ether. Because abandonware is a whole thing. Catcher's like, how dare you, Will? She didn't even have her wake-up coffee. Hey, I'll beat a boss in a fair fight. Or if I think they're going to start a fair fight. Speaking of coffee, where's mine? When is Will coffee? I don't think River drank the coffee. If River drank the coffee, there'd be a lot more movement behind. Alright. Once more with feeling. Closers get coffee. Here we go. Beat the boss, then I'm allowed a cuppa. Or I go back and get stronger. Could do that. That is an option. And it gives me a chance to chat to you lot as well. Okay, firstly, ow. Secondly... Catch was like, wait, you didn't do it with feeling before? I did it with spite before. But that is interesting that the, now I know what the stun meter is. So, much like Sekiro, they've got, I guess, the equivalent of, like, poise or something. And so... I think later on we'll get a better understanding of, like, weapons that do interrupts. And I'm entirely okay with that. Though I get the feeling that grinding in this manner might take a little bit of time. Okay. So we've only got one spirit so far. No relics, no findings. Okay. So respite is a variable in the area. Incomplete areas blue. Complete areas gold. Unexplored route. Okay. Yay for nice clear maps for navigation. Sorry. But yeah, so jumping back in, Stammering was saying the NVGM is very cool. I assume you mean the video game museums. And there's a couple of exhibitions. It's just, video games, and I know I say this a lot, video games are an experience medium, and sometimes the only way to truly understand is to have a play of it yourself. With something like Metal Warriors, there's so much care and attention that goes into it. And the way in which the different giant robots handle because with 2D platformers, making something feel heavy and weighty is difficult. And trying to do that multiple times with different mechs is very well achieved. Now, take this game for example. This feels very light and flowy because we're playing as a light and flowy character. It doesn't feel strange that this little girl can leap around. But you can't have a giant robot moving with the same cadence as this little lass, at least without giving the user some weight to it, because they'll just kind of disengage. There's nothing that says you couldn't have an Evangelion-style ballerina mech, but then you'd need to give weight and cadence to its effect in the area around it. Wondering says Will, which do you prefer? Movies based on video games, or video games based on movies? Video games based on movies. Very rarely are they good, but when they are, they're exceptional. Oh, wait, do you mean like, you know, the game of the movie? Or do you mean like the inspired by? Like how Grand Theft Auto Vice City is just Scarface but better. Despite the fact the actual Scarface video game was terrible. Starring Scott Pilgrim is pretty cool. But Scott Pilgrim, the video game, draws heavily from the Scott Pilgrim graphic novels. Sorry, I'm being a jerk. No, I'm so glad the Scott Pilgrim game got a re-release. It absolutely deserves it. Catch us. Think we'll find more Knights of the Hidden Snark? Oh, yeah. Alright, coffees for closers. Let's do this. So we just need to be careful with her first form, because she's pretty easy to read. Because her second form is not. Let's see if I can do this. She's just there, just crushing skulls and having a day. Alright. Go on, do you big... Alright, first form down. Check me out. I'm a tiny child kicking your ass. Now it's a great big horror monster. Oh, God, the detail on it is horrifying. Go on, run at me, run at me. Oh, you do a backwards jump just to be a jerk. Cool. Aha, backhand missed me. Backhand missed me. Now you missed me. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Ah! Harpacha! Harpacha! Yes! Down in 2. Thank you, friends. I will be signing things after this. And the murder nun was all like, oh, I was supposed to protect you. Well, you can, if you stop being so creepy, massive, and spooky. Asari says, how long does it take in most cases to remaster games, i.e. 8-bit games sometimes? Well, it's a bit of a... How long's a piece of string? Like, it's kind of like with any... Actually, model kits are a good example. You can just snap it together quickly in a short space of time, but to really create something evocative of what you're trying to make does require care and attention. A lot of those old games are designed for 4x3 televisions, good old square boxes. So how do you then create that for something that works on a widescreen, which is kind of the standard format these days? And to, I want to say, Cyphic Cube? Giving it a best. Watto and welcome. Yeah, and Campbell says it depends if you want to make it from scratch, use an OG engine. Do you want to just emulate it and then try and up-res like that? Or... The rain never let up. Oh, goody. Just like Britain. Alright. Guardian Sigrid swings an iron ball to attack surrounding enemies. Sub-skills have cooldown and a limited number of uses, but can be used in conjunction with other skills. Sigrid guarded the step to protect the White Princess Lily. Never-ending bloodshed caused her to be consumed by madness. Ooh, get a double jump already. They're not hecking around. This soul has been purified, no longer imprisoned by blight. Within that memory now, the woman called you Lily. Surely that's your name. Oh, thank you, Sir Snarkington. No, maybe she just said random names. If you retrace the memories of the blighted in life, you may just remember something yourself. Or you could just feckin' tell me. Sir Snarkington's like, no, I'm a spooky ghost. It may prove difficult. Can you carry on? Well, okay, so we can only change out spirits while we're at it. Oh, that's interesting. So Sigrid's massive flail attack, we can only use that 13 times per recovery. Nope. Back in we go. You are taking the absolute piss, Sir Knight. Well, let's go get that equipped and get that other the little goodie we missed. So Kimball says, on Halo Wars 2, we had to use the OG toolset from Halo Wars 1, and they were 10 years old when we started development, and it was a nightmare. Yeah, I don't envy you for that one. Alright. Oh, check it out! Now we rest. And there's the sad nun with the weird wings. Doing her thing. Okay. Oh yeah, and Kyle makes a good point. Like, older games use older versions of things like 3DS Max. Feck. I was hearing a whole thing about how some of the early 3D chipsets that are no longer... God, yeah. For some reason, my brain immediately went, your sound card works perfectly. Garpa says, have you checked out a little game called Hidden Deep? Name rings a bell. I'm at the point now where I have to... I will tell you if it's a game I've not seen. Oh, okay. So, Hidden Deep, I only just saw that. I got an email about it this week, and they described it very much as like barotrauma with horror. Can't remember. Is it by the same team? It's published by the same people as Barotrauma. Okay, that's why it came across my feed. But it's not made by the same people. Okay. Yeah, I got an email about it this week, and it looks feckin' fascinating. Hang on, I'm definitely adding that to my list. So, who was asking about that one? It was... Darn it. Oh, El Gapo. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, because I will respond to the press email about that one when I'm done today. I completely forgot to do that. Guess was like, baritone with horror, yes please. And I believe it's only meant to be like for 1 or 2 players. And if you have a look at the store page, actually let me just send you the store page. If you have a look at the store page, they've already done the whole John Carpenter's The Thing with the like, yeah. Oh no, so it's single player. All right, it looked like it was multiplayer. Alright, so there's going to be story mode. Co-op is being added, but is not planned for immediate release. Sorry, thank you for the reminder on that one. Back to the game at hand. Alright, so we now have Sir Knight and Lady Face Wrecker. Who has... Alright, but we can only use one spirit at a time. Alright. Sorry, what was that? Pick up soiled prayer beads. Or... what if we just didn't pick up soiled prayer beads? Now, I don't remember if there was anything previous to where we were that we couldn't get to. But let's rest up and keep moving. So Stammering Games says, question. The Yorkshire Game Festival is hosting loads of Zoom talks about game developers. Could I justify skipping my game development uni course to watch these instead? Yes. Fuck, have I still got a badge from them? No, wait. It was a... what's the one I went to? I think it was the Leeds Game Festival was one I went to. Oh, okay. Firstly, what? Who's talking? You have a relic at your... Okay, relics can be equipped here. Crowbeak, what, oh friend? And thank you again for hooking us up with this. We're having a lovely time with it already. And I nearly beat the boss. I mean, I absolutely beat the first boss first time. Totally didn't take me 2 attempts. Totally. Alright, slightly increases maximum HP. That's cool. Yo! Whoever that was that picked something up from the Humble Store, thank you kindly. So, Stammering, are there any named individuals talking at that stand out? Actually, Sister Smash, I'm liking it. Oh, Casual said, it was me! I brought a tiny game. What did you pick up? I'm always curious to know. Alright. God, this game is pretty. So sarcasm is... You alright? Don't push yourself. Take a rest.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Navalis, you feckin' ledge. Sorry, Crowbeak, you know what this lot's like. House Carl, don't mess around. Oh, and Kestrel was picking up an obscure title. Probably never heard of it. It's called Pony Islands. You know what? I've heard that's a game about ponies. It's just about ponies. Just ponies. Catch us with... Do we look okay, Sir Knight? Sarcasm. Cash was like, I do love game about ponies. Well, there you go. And Kyle was like, God, this industry's small. I know some of the talkers. Actually, let me have a quick look myself. Let's have a look at who's talking. So this is the Northern Games Showcase. I only know one bloke here, I think, and it's one of the peeps running it. It's Keith Stewart, I know. I mean, honestly, stammering for a tenner, even if you just meet a couple people here, I think it's honestly worth it. Like, see, stammering, I'm probably not a good influence when it comes to further education. I skimmed it and didn't really do that much. But I will say that what is training for a profession if it is getting in the way of getting into that profession, you know what I mean? Like, skiving off school to go do the thing that you are learning in school kind of doesn't seem like a bad thing. Skiving off school to go down the pub, less useful. Oh, and EXO, Watto, I'm doing much better today, thank you for asking. I don't know what happened with me yesterday. Like, just... You know, shit happens, right? Kybal says, the best thing to do is join Game Republic. Aikoa, bonjour. Ça va? Ça va bien, merci. That is as much French as I remember. So Aikoa, we are playing Ender Lilies, which is a gorgeous 2D... I hesitate to use the word Metrovania because this is very, very evocative of like Vanillaware's early stuff like Odin Sphere and is utterly gorgeous. Now this is just the early access build, so we're not fully into the paint, but already it's just beautiful. And EXO, by my understanding, it is. A lot of the animation is paper doll style. And feck, it looks gorgeous. Now, Krobik was saying Odin Sphere is one of the favourite games of the games director. Hells yes. You can see the influence, like, shine through. Oh, yeah. The North of England gaming community, game industry community is very good. But I do want to second what Kimball's saying. That lot loves to drink. So just don't get out of your depth and make sure you line your stomach. EXO was saying they finally played Valiant Hearts. Oh, that game is utterly beautiful. And one of the best examples of, like, don't let the genre dictate the narrative. If you want to do a heartfelt game about World War I as a 2D, almost run and gun, feckin' go for it. Chaos had taken the villages long before even my arrival. Oh, you blaming other people again, Sir Sarcasm. But did the rain end them, or the blighted? My bond with the priestess is a perennial one. I may not be able to lead the charge in this form, but my blade is yours. Oh, don't look surprised. You think me the sort of wretch to leave a child out in this horrid rain? Or maybe chat to me when I'm indoors. Let us trudge on. Our Stabbering says, as a nearly 30-year-old Yorkshireman, 100% aware of drinking with gamers. Oh, no, not the horse! So Knight's like, do you recognise them? Seems they lost consciousness before succumbing to the madness. They don't appear to be a threat, but best keep your distance. Grower's letter. Dear Bale, thank you for your continued service in ferrying the White Priestess and her guardian. My son hopes to one day be as fine a coachman as you, to ride gallantly on a fine horse. Please do call on us when you visit the parish. Blessed be the tranquil of the White Knight, head of the Guardians, Groder. P.S. Please take my idiot son off my hands. And Stammering Gamer, it wasn't meant to be a comment on your drinking abilities, friend, but I'd much rather give people a heads up before going into that. This seems bad. Actually, let's try out this big old hammer. Oh, that's cool. So if we set up her main attack, we can then kind of combo around it, which is very handy. Sir Knight's being vaguely useful. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, we now have two little spirits following us around. Oh, actually, Kimball makes a very good point. So Stammering, once you've got yourself a bit of time, consider signing up for a group called BAFTA Crew, which is not the full BAFTA members per se, but it's people that assist with like BAFTA events and things like that. And there's a lot of cool indie people that get involved in that. Definitely gets you in the door for when the world opens up again for a lot of like BAFTA talks and stuff like that. And I mean, I guess I would be pro BAFTA, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Tooth Fairy's Mother Hubbard! Oh, red and white flowers. Lily may find flowers blooming with mystical power that help her on the journey when destroyed. Red flowers, Bright weathered red flowers will restore spirit. White flowers restore prayer uses. Okay, so if I do myself a little heal and then slash that, it restores my prayer. Oh, very handy, very handy. Oh, right, they don't do anything to hurt us, do they? No. Alright, so good news. I get my spirit stuff restored. And I can crack this mother hubbard open. And I get Battle Nun back. Oh wow. The rain sounds were so wonderfully encompassing that as soon as we got out of them, I kind of went, oh, we're out of the rain. Stammering saying, I've heard some very cool, horrifying stories about the stuff game devs do when drunk. It's mostly because when you live for your job, there are times when... The times when you actually get to, like, let your hair down are very infrequent. And as Kybal says, like, Christmas parties and drinking events can be a minefield for women, sadly. It shouldn't be the case, but one thing I got discussing on Twitter was changing the amount of, like, drinking... Hang on. There we go. Changing the amount of drinking events at games industry meets, and I'm totally down for it. And I am a massive pisshead. This is well documented. I love drinking. But especially for industry events, I don't need 3 different open bar events in one night with loud DJs. I want to talk to people and have like a conversation, and I don't need to be getting lagered up for all of them. As someone was saying, like, more non-drinking events, please. And I'm like, hell's yes. Here's how you win the next GDC. Instead of having a free bar, have free tacos. Have free infinite tacos at your games industry party. That is something people will talk about. Ostlin says, sounds like a good cafe time. Yeah, Zenro, free tacos. Yes. Oh, okay. There's 3 parties we've got to go to. They're all publisher parties. All right. This one's got free tacos. I am there. I guess that's different for me because I have like my events I go to do work and my events I go to party. So like, I'm not a fan of the big loud industry party for like Microsoft and places like that because I want to go there and talk to people. And I'm kind of having like a shouting contest with a mediocre DJ. But then, you know, once I'm done with all that, yeah, I want to go to a chiptunes rave. I want to go hear Grimecraft bust out some mad shit at the DNA Lounge. But at that point, like, you know, work's done. Now it's time to wind down. Or try and tucker myself out so I can sleep. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to diss on any of my, like, games industry DJ friends, but honestly, I don't want them at a lot of parties. At a lot of parties, I want to go make friends, make contacts, get into nonsense. Okay, Mr. Archer, sir. Huh, that's not as effective as I was expecting. Archer just kicked my ass. Staring says, tacos are meh, burritos are king. Whoa, see, tacos are a better investment. And we're talking about like the American, well, okay, we're talking about like proper street tacos. But you can eat multiples of those, whereas a burrito, you're kind of one and done. And you may end up with the hella bloats. And you don't want to be like, you don't want to be burrito weighty when you're rolling yourself around trying to be like, hey, I'd really like you to, excuse me, burrito burps. I'd really like you to invest in my video game. You know what I mean? Oh, and Amy, I should actually get some water. And, well, River's off guarding the house, but... Hey, I'm not saying burritos are bad. I'm just... So, reflecting when you came on in, I was saying that, you know, even as the games industry's premier pisshead, I'd love more games industry events that aren't centered purely around drinking. And one of the things I was saying is that, you know, my recommendation to people for next GDC is, if you think about having a free bar, have free tacos instead. Have infinite tacos. Ikoa says free muffins and coffee are perfect for lunch. Yeah, one of my other favorite things is the BAFTA coffee morning. So at GDC, BAFTA will just... Oh, feck you. Okay, that was kind of cool. Ehrman's saying, dim sum would also be great for party food. Yeah, well, a lot of parties will have food available, like, you know, sliders, mini burgers, stuff like that, but... I think what I'm saying is, like, take into consideration what people are there to do. Like, the really good drinking work events that I usually go to are real small. Like, a little bar somewhere with a couple of industry people where you can actually have a conversation. As opposed to, say, you know, loud thumping club night. See, Kimball, I gotta wait till this evening till me and Fiona can sit down and watch it, but I'm loving The Expanse at the moment. I'm gonna say it again though, where's my Battletech show? Where is my Battletech show with that kind of production? Kimball, have a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for nattering with us and parting wisdom. It's always lovely talking to you, friend. And I feel like I get to talk to you loads now. So I'm like, feckin' yo. Sorry, Scar Red Tiger, I almost missed your comment of, please leave your turntables with the valet. It will be returned on your departure. And yeah, like, good party foods. The last humble party I went to was... Oh yeah, it was PAX West. And they did little Chinese takeaway boxes. And so there was a buffet of food. And the boxes just had rice, and you just added what you want to it. And it was great because you could converse with someone while holding it in one hand and chowing down. The whole, like, massive plate of food is usually a pain in the ass to get to. Yeah, and Krobik, that's the thing. The best thing about the humble parties is no loud music. And like I said, I don't mind a good industry rager, but I want to go to that at, like, you know, 11 o'clock, maybe midnight, after I've had those great times like the humble parties. The humble parties is one of the few places that lets me actually see a bunch of video games and actually talk to a bunch of devs, and it's grand. I'm kind of missing that part of it at the moment. Reflective says, Battletech show like Game of Thrones? Oh, yeah, no. I'm just going to let Battle Nun handle these. Yeah, a Battletech show with the production value of Game of Thrones, like early season, yes please. Yes, fecking please. Just letting Battle Nun handle it. Okay, I think I know what we've got to do, like some kind of ground attack, but we don't have that yet. DX Man says, Snow Crash movie, please. Oh, that would be lovely. But I wonder. I mean, I repeatedly rewatched Johnny Mnemonic of late, and that's been making me think about, like, what a Snow Crash movie might look like. Because Johnny Mnemonic does expect the user to understand a lot of old cyberpunk tropes. So I wonder how that would go down, you know? Oh, thank you, Caffeine. Cleaning house for us. God, that's satisfying. Sorry, friends, leaping into the pit having a battle nun wreck face and then being able to just pick up the leftovers. No. Oh, this is not good. Oh no! Oh, Utopia Heart. What, ho friend? This is not one of the itch.io games from yesterday. This is Ender Lilies, which is available on Steam now at Early Access. We got given a copy of it to have a play today, and it's bloody lovely. How are you doing? Apologies again for yesterday for kind of falling off the wagon. Not falling off the wagon. I need another cuppa in a second. Alright, so Cliffside Hamlet Youth performs an arched leap and lands with enough force to shatter enemies and surrounding enemies. Okay. So how do we equip that? Alright, so I got to backtrack to equip it, but that gives me a chance. Oh, Crowbeak would also like to add, and Crowbeak, absolutely, like, we're here to show this game off. Ender Lilies will be coming to consoles when it hits version 1 later this year. So it'll be coming out on Switch, PS4 or 5, Xboxes, Xbox. Oh yeah, to Caffeine, just clearing out the murders from the automated turrets. And Ami Masashi, make a note of it, yo. Or pop it over in the Discord or something. It's going to be a while before we do another round of, like, see what we can find on itch. But I'm definitely down for it. And Lizzie, it was a couple of bot accounts that got kneecapped by Nightbot. Kathleen was just taking the corpses out. So you didn't miss any kills. Also, Caffeine, how are you doing, friend? Alright. We don't have any more relics or things to... Oh, look, and there's a little blob person that we saved. That's real cool. CadXL says they're definitely going to pick this up when it comes out. It's very smooth and fluid to play, so I'm having a great time with it. Caffeine just got home from work. Semester is still spinning up, but going to make an effort to have some downtime. Yeah, go you. Look after yourself. And I also understand that, like most people, I do the whole, yeah, you should look after yourself, friend, whilst simultaneously not looking after myself. I understand I'm guilty of that. Oh. Sorry, that was weird. My apologies. So what I wanted to do was pop this on. So friendos, I'm just going to go grab myself a quick cuppa, and then let's keep going with this. Oh, very quickly jumping back. So Stammering says, I remember which resd it was we first met. It was the 2015 Tobacco Docs. You came outside to the queue with Toast. Even convinced me to get Total War Attila. Oh, I mean, I still genuinely love Attila as a game. But I think that was because Attila was like an articulation on a standard. Do you know what I mean? Like, it took the RTS format and went, but what if start bad? And I really enjoyed that. Oh yeah, Zenro, I haven't even counted how much Parallax stuff they got going on, but it's so fluid. And I know you've seen, like, the animation is simultaneously classic animation, but also paper doll. So, and Stammering Gamer, yeah. If you can't sleep, we'll see you later. And yeah, do look into BAFTA Crew when you get the chance, friend. Oh, Ionim's going a little bit batty now. Getting better at... now, pre-Isen Genshiro's kicking my ass. Oh, it happens. Oh, and Flair, I'm about to BRB. Flair, how you doing, dude? What's been going down? I see you've been raging on some Resident Evils. And, yo, you've had a load of people hanging out, which are, like, props to you, yo. I'm just amazed that Capcom have decided that Resident Evil 8, or Resident Evil The Village, if you will, is being made exactly for me. I mean, Resident Evil 4 inventory system, werewolves, 8-foot vampire lady. I didn't realise that they were just going to make me a game, you know? It honestly feels a little bit indulgent. Okay, so Flair's beaten Resident Evil 7, is doing the DLC later. I've heard the last of the DLCs is very action-based, which feels like a good palate cleanser after some of the more tense sections. Yeah, Ami Masashi. A for Vampire Lady? Yes. Yes. Apparently River is protecting the house from vampires. You know, I guess just to say thank you. Yeah, River defend the house. So friends, I'm just going to grab myself another quick cuppa, and then let's keep going with this. Because this game's bloody lovely. Actually, do I still have the link ready to roll? Nope, that's hidden deep. Oh, thank you, Katros! Flair says, when everyone finds out she's 5'5", just with really tall heels. Katros, thank you for throwing in 100, you feckin' ledge. Yeah, alright, I'll be back in just a second, friends. And then we can natter about whatever. Sorry for the wait, friends. How goes it? Gloomy. Bringing us in a raid. How goes it? I got cheese. Means I'm winning. Wolf Raid, so like, do you mean e-cheese? So, welcome to Ender Lilies. A beautiful Odin Sphere-inspired title, which is utterly gorgeous. We just unlocked the soul of the Sluglian person, which should allow us to do a ground pound maneuver of some description. I'm having a bloody good time of it. We're just chatting with Flair about Resident Evil. Flair's theory that the vampire lady isn't actually 8 feet tall, that she's hovering. Okay, so we now have this character. Does that. Hang on. So we've got spirits. Performs an arc leap and lands with enough force to scatter and damage enemies. Okay. I wonder if we can use that to crash into the ground later on. Moose saying, this is honestly a very good music for an after Oak Hollow kind of session. I mean, it depends how well you've all done. If it's a good session, then it's pretty much the Green Dragon. You know what I mean? Just replace hobbits with gnomes. Gnome hobbits, or nobbits as they might be known. Which is a terrible turn of phrase, and I wish I'd never said out loud. Oh! I'm sorry. I missed Moose's comment that people have just got in from the end of an Oak Hollow session which had feelings in. Fascinating. How did it go? Tell me your tales. Alright. Okay, so big leaping slug friend doesn't do a lot of damage, but does discombobulate. Alright. Moose is saying, so in Oak Hollow, they tried to adopt a giant monster. Ow! That's what I get for looking away. They tried to adopt a giant monster, but ended up having to kill it. What is it with you lot trying to adopt things? Didn't that get you into trouble in the first place? I'm pretty sure it did. Pretty sure it did. Squish. Catch was like, says the man with 8 nuggets and a dog. That's different. They're family. So, Ark of the Conclave, the white flowers, the white lilies, restore our heals, essentially, our prayers. And the red ones restore the power of our spirits, our shots. And Gloomy, I do know the particular track of which you speak. Ah, fact. Get through looking away. I actually got to meet the living tombstone a while back. He's a real good bloke. Does a cracking set as well. Moose says, I maintain that adopting a baby dragon was a great decision. I couldn't possibly comment. Darn it, I think I used that red flower a little too early. But can't win them all. Oh, feckin' bad word. Well, that didn't go at all as planned. Alright, we'll get a prayer back, so that's fine. Yeah, the saga of the baby dragon continues to be, let's go with fascinating. Though the implication that a bunch of these poor Sluglian people So it doesn't appear that we can Wow, I fecked that up, really. Oh, my life. Anyway. I remember hearing tales about the baby dragon in Oak Hollow. And it didn't sound like it ended well. Or did it have to... Did just the babu have to go back? I forget. One more shot. Nah. I guess later on we get like a ground pound attack proper. Tokuno, Wato! Hello, hello, come on in. You bring me a very sudden question. Oh my word. Have I watched JoJo? The individual or the bizarre adventure? Alright, let's see what mischief awaits us. Huh, this seems bad. Okay, so we can't swim down yet. Okay. The Bizarrest of Adventures I have. Though I read it, jeez, ages back. Hold on! Something approaches. Bad horse, is that you? Or rather, it follows. I sense no clear mind. It seems to be drawn by you. Perhaps they once in service of the White Princess. Is it there a desire to assist us? You priestesses are a rare breed. Well, thank you, Lord Sarcasmo. Have a little... Oh, fast travel is now available. That's real cool. So we can use the horse to travel from section to section. Coffee time, good afternoon to you too, Wato. Hello, hello. The irony, of course, being that I just had coffee time. And as Catrol says, feck you too, Sir Knight. Hopcha? Oh, coffee time. Thank you kindly for the follow. So yeah, we're playing Ender Lilies and just nattering. We were kind of talking about games industry events before the break, and now I'm just pretty much just chatting incoherently. Favor says, if you can stomach decaf, you can drink coffee 24/7. It's not that I'm against the flavour of decaf. It's just, it feels like a betrayal. Oh, and Casual says the worst part is that Sir Knight is probably 100% genuine and not passive-aggressive. Oh no, I wholeheartedly believe we're the ones learning of this world. Sir Knight is still a ghost, a spirit following us round. So there's a certain amount of, well, I know what's going to happen, but... Oh, and Utopia's like, in case anyone's wondering about how they managed to stay awake, they finally got some coffee. Lovely, lovely. I mean, we've been spoiled. We still have the Skull Shatterer coffee. We have the blend that Beadora sent us over for the holidays. And we got a new Keurig machine on the Buy Nothing. So, making coffee got even easier. We were trying to come up with something yesterday. Like, Fiona and I live very cheap. Our lives are a combination of sensible purchases and buy nothings. And yet, there's a certain amount of bouginess in our aesthetic at the moment. And we're trying to work out if there's a name for being really poor but bougie at the same time. Haven't come up with anything yet. And I'm not complaining, like, we are not unhappy. You lot keep us alive. Like, we're doing real good. Comparable to, like, the world right now. It's just, like, we sat there last night and while I was feeling a little bit under the weather, and I was working on a tiny Gundam, and Fiona was making a hat from a hat maker, which she also got in the Buy Nothing. If you Buy Nothing networks are kind of like Free Cycle or whatever your local equivalent is, where if someone doesn't want something, they just say, hey, who wants to get this? I don't think frugal's the right term. Frugal is to be careful with one's expenditure, which is cool. Oh, Gloomy, that's very kind of you to say. And I hope your stream went real well. Like, it's lovely to see you. Have excellent sleeps. Let's see you again, alright? Cheers to you. I like Glam Thrift. That's pretty good, Zenro. Hey, my love. What do you think of Glam Thrift to describe our... Fiona is unsure. Oh! Wait, no, there's a term. Petite bourgeoisie. A French term, sometimes derogatory, referring to a social class comprised of semi-autonomous peasantry and small-scale merchants, whose politico-economic ideology is determined by reflecting that of the high bourgeoisie. Feck, alright. This is... I mean, this is a little bit more, this would be if we intended it. Fiona starts playing Macklemore's Thrift Shop. God, I hate that I still love the swing band cover of that. But yeah, that's a good one. Though I feel like to truly be of the petite bourgeoisie, one would need to intend to do it. It's like I was joking earlier, friends. I might actually have to buy socks for the first time in a long time because I can't just scab them from events. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to repair busted socks of 1,000 years old. Ah, the Faujoisie, Sadlin, yes! Yes! Bravo, friend, bravo. Although, in close-up in second place, Spartan, as in sparse, I like that. Ah, the Faujoisie. Because it's things like, oh, Would you care for a snifter of gin after dinner? I don't mind if I do. The gin is New Amsterdam because it's the cheapest, tastiest gin you can get. It's like a handle for $16. It's great. You know? Oh, Utopia Heart saying, I really want to do is buy some of this coffee called Desh Wish. Strongest in the world. And the whole reason is because I hate the taste of coffee, but I still need energy. Well, do you know what? Utopia Heart, I will say, we were kindly given some Death Wish by Lizzie T. Powell last year. And it's actually tasty. Like, it makes for a really nice... It's not just coffee for the sake of feck you. It's a delicious coffee. It's just got enough of a kick in the pants. And sorry, so thank you for the 50 bits. You already sent me shark socks, of which I will avoid using until the absolute last moment. But I have worn them. Ah, the bourgeoisie. God darn. Wow, we sold that one real well. But yeah, it was just this moment last night where Fiona was making a hat, I was making a Gundam, and there was certainly a bougie aesthetic to our evening. But we're not... We don't have the... what's the term? The purchasing power to follow that same one. Anyway. Oh, yeah, and coffee time, yes, sorry. Those brews do sound... Oh, sorry, you feckin' ledge. Throw in 150 bits. That's very kind of you, thank you. Fiona got me big, fluffy pizza socks that just say, if you can read this, bring me pizza. Which I like, but I feel as a British person, mine would say, if you can read this, please bring me pizza, because I require pizza. Oh, Moose says, next stream of a certain game, Depth Wish. Oh, my words. Because what was the first one? Oh, because Deus came up with the name of the first one, which is on the video. Then the next Depth stream was yeah, okay, thank you, MDH Rights. The first one was Sentenced to Depth. The second one was Till Death Do We Part. And so, yeah, the next one will be Depth Wish. I actually messaged the developers of that and asked them if they would consider putting in some more, like, custom match features, of which they are considering. The Parish Way 2. Soldiers of a nation rose to face the blighted, but struggled in vain. In the end, the prayers of the woman in white saved the kingdom. Her words, the only thing capable of purifying and stopping the blighted. Revered by the people, this woman came to be known as the White Priestess. Katros, I admitted no such thing. And recovering from the first one was a Herculean effort. Oh, the Umbral Knight adds, what a deep forest, almost entirely submerged. Okay, firstly, no, whoever you are. Yay! Guinea Pig Nation! Guinea Pig Nation! Thank you for Perun for bringing that raid in. And friends, if you need just some adorable guinea pigs for your morning, please do follow Guinea Pig Nation. I would be sincerely grateful. You know, little Perun's been putting in a lot of hours to make it work. You know. Oh God! What was that? Oh, so up close they cast a poison. cheeky swamp bastards. Level 7, ding. Oh, you fecking... Feck! I think I just acquired something. Sorry. Let me take that moment. Yes. In the mornings, it's just my guinea pigs with some little music, and if you want to watch that, that would be lovely. I'd really appreciate that. Jumping back in. What was that? Okay. I actually managed to catch up with all of your conversations, dear friends. Trixie hobbits. Now, I might be a little out of my depth here. No pun intended. The Witch's Thicket. Oh wow. Fuck! Tiny child, no! So Amy says, so since I wasn't paying attention to the game, it's giving me Ori vibes. It definitely has that open world exploration, but it's very much more evocative of like Odin's Sphere and I don't want to say the Salt and the Sanctuary. That seems too obvious. But its juggle summon combos do also remind me of Indivisible. Is it Indivisible? The last game by the Skullgirls team. And MDH, that does sound mildly horrendous. Also, the death penalty. The death penalty in this seems very, very light. It doesn't seem to be too severe for crows. It doesn't seem to be too severe. Oh, I didn't manage to quite get away. But some of the juggle combos in this are a lot of fun. Oh, that's cool. It's also nice seeing enemies take full damage when I have to as well. It also addresses, I don't know if solving is necessarily the right term, because it's not something I disliked, but one of the interesting things about this is that I have a lot of flexibility in... I have a lot of utility of movement early on. Oh, the Umbral Knight says, it seems this was a village. What gave it away, Sir Knight? Ow. There's a lot of utility of movement and interaction that I have very early on. So things like the spinning hammer maneuver, the blob that can leap behind enemies. I find that even at this stage, I have quite a lot of utility. Which I'm very okay with. No! And the music is nothing if not evocative of that. Again, calling it evocative of Nier feels almost like an oversimplification. Ow. Fucking bad word. Jumping back into chat, Utopia says, you can probably do it with sips of beer. Oh wait, no, what are we talking about? The depth, every time I get scared, take a shot. I mean, Dutch courage, I guess. Cowardly crow! Get back here! Fight me! Bastard. Oh, evils.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online.
Chrono, how are you
Systems
doing,
nominal.
friend?
What ho, friendos?
Wahoo, indeed. Ami's saying, so is your goal to reach a destination or find someone? So far, our character has no memory of what's happened to them. So, so Knight of Sarcasm is trying to encourage us to explore. To regain our memories of the land. He's not willing to just straight up tell us, because apparently he's just going to be a jerk today. But whatever is going on... Ooh, amulet fragment. Lovely. It appears that the blight has taken this world. All affected by it are consumed, their minds lost. Also, Chrono, thank you for 27 months. Sorry, I don't feel like I said that proper. I didn't want to be like, oh, only 27 months. Only, I believe, as long as anyone can have been subbed, you have been. How are you doing? Zenro says, there's a lot of spatial awareness involved with moving, usually in this game by the looks of things. Is this sort of where you draw the parallel to Nier? I think so, because Nier, well, at least Nier Automata, Automata, however you want to bloody call it, gave you a lot of utility of movement very early on. Dark Souls does this thing where it gives you very, very basic movement to start with, making the initial conflicts very simple. You have a sword, or you have a spell, your enemy has a sword or a spell. You kind of move back and forward from each other and try and dodge and hit, but there's nothing you can do that early on in the game that immediately gets you behind an opponent, or anything that allows you to like dash or skip or move in odd ways. Those are unlocked later on. This gives you a lot more utility a lot sooner. And Utopia Heart, I can see what you're saying. The world of this feels very much like a Darkwood. It has its own weird, twisted logic. It's not just a rampant horror taken over. There's a rhyme and a reason to it. But I would also say that the character that we're playing as, being this literal beacon of light, like not even subtle on that one. That was a terrible idea. Why did I do that? There we go. That's what I was aiming for. Oh, Katros, go get some sleep, friend. Running out of snark and full of brain wool. Hey, then get some sleep, friend. It's always lovely to hang out with you. Sorry, I just get to be a little bit smug. I get to hang out with you on the daily, and that's real cool. Yeah, so, sorry, what I was going back to. You see, Utopia Heart with Darkwood, you are beholden to its world. Your character is affected by it somehow. Its twisted creatures come for you every night, and you are at its whim. Whereas in this, our character is not removed from the world, but separate from its effects. as a literal glowing beacon of light, we are the aspect of change in this world. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to in Darkwood, where we are yet another... Just hitting with slugs. Ami Masashi says aspect of healing. Well, it's too early to tell, but just everything from our characters' aesthetic to how they move around the world to the literal glowing light emanating from them, we are different from what has ravished this land, and that is made very clear. Oh, and now I'm in a basement. The girl who became a guardian lies underground. Pick up stagnant blight times 10. Can be used to enhance skills. A filthy residue shed by purified blighted. The sorrowful muck is stagnant, but glints with a faint light. Allows you to enhance your skills, respites. Zenro's like, it's like if I take off my shirt, people get blinded. If your complexion is anything like mine, I think that's just due to being ghoulishly pale. Yeah, sorry, I was wondering, Gamer saying this girl has never been outside. Now, that's not to say that she isn't uncaring, but, you know, the difference of where we start as this character versus where we start as... versus the state that we see everybody else in. Alright, we can't go down yet. But yeah, so Ami Masashi, as terms to our goal of this world, we've not been given that so far. Sir Knight only really trying to get us to remember what was going on. Ami says the motif of lilies is interesting. Hang on, let me kill these bastards so I don't butcher your point. Okay. Oh, and Lecter, good evening to you. Well, afternoon. Alright, time is a human construct. How are you doing? Sorry, Ami Masashi was saying the motif of lilies is interesting, as in Asia they're considered to be beauty that grows in the muck. And, yeah, symbolism! I'm down for it. Though every time we talk about like stuff like this, I'm always reminded of the wonderful Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. I know writers that use subtext, and they're all cowards. Lecter is cold, just got home from work. How's everybody here? Lovely. Flair stopped in for a little bit. Kimball and Crowbeak were in. I think Crowbeak might still be hanging out. Loads of lovely Longshipians. The game's gorgeous. And giving me the kind of the good... giving me the good Odin Sphere vibes, which I'm very happy about. Krobik's armor lurk. Well, I didn't want to... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out there. Kisa's just swept up by the soundtrack. Oh, yeah. Later on, we get the ability to glide or something. That's also another thing, and again, Utopia Heart, I'm not saying this to pick on your comment, I just, the other thing that the music does is, despite having a very mournful tone to it, it's very hopeful. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't strike me like, it doesn't strike me just like pure gothic misery. Oh, crud vapors! Like, who in the bloody hell are you? Damn, that's an ugly baby. Okay, and you, Crow, were not helping. Whew. That was one whole unit of a lad. And yes, I did just say crud vapors. And yeah, later, it is very solitary. Like, all the little people we've got helping us, they are the spirits of those lost. So we've got... Hang on, this is another thing I love about this game. If you just wait a second, the souls will start kind of forming around you. So the bloke with a sword, as we've called him just Sir Knight, the aspect of sarcasm, was with us from the beginning and is trying to get us to remember what has happened here. The nun with the flail mace was the first boss we encountered. Someone who had sought to protect the priestess of white and had kind of gone a bit doolally-tap in the process. The slug's just a kid who was affected by the blight and now works with us, so it's just good slug friend. But the reason why I wanted to highlight what you said there was because we are alone. These aren't regular friendos coming with us. These are the spirits of those lost. Sir Knight seems to have the most... Oh. A spooky ghost there being feckin' cool. Thank you kindly. Zenro's like, clearly this world doesn't abide by child labour laws. I mean, look at it. It's a medieval-esque fantasy world. Oh, sorry, whoever that was with the spooky ghost with 200 bits in there. Thank you. But yeah, so our character is essentially alone, apart from the occasional spooky chastisings of Sir Knight. And so the loneliness to this music works very well. And I'm just kind of showing these little details for those of you who just joined us. One of the things I love is that when she summons one of the spectres to fight for her, instead of doing like a kind of like a JoJo style attack or like a, I choose you, she covers her eyes and flinches, which wouldn't be wrong for a kid like in a fight, you know? Get the nun on this. There we go. So Crowbeak says there's some really good fan arts of her companion stepping up to protect her already. Oh yeah. Also Crowbeak, it took me 2 seconds to find gorgeous quality GIFs of this game, which I don't know if that was you or if someone else made that happen, but thank you. Thank you. It's all melted in the rain. Got some more of the stagnant blight. Which I'm sure is not a good thing. So Coffee Time's asking, when did this game come out? Must have been last few days, right? It's currently only in early access. Oh yeah, so Crowbeak says it entered early access last Thursday. That thing looks horrifying, but it also looks like it's having the best time ever. Whew. Ooh, treasure. A broken music box. Slightly reduces damage received from enemies. Lovely. Though I might have gotten myself a little stuck. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So to bring back in, Crowbeak says, goes up as you kill enemies and level up your basic attack powers. Utopia Heart was adding dark fantasy in the HP Lovecraft inspired settings, always fast. Do you mean fascinate? I'm going to assume you meant fascinate. Because facilitate also works because they are definitely stories which which inspire others to do. There is something so interesting about the higher powers, such as eldritch beings and concepts that are beyond the human brain's ability to comprehend. Oh god, yeah. I mean, currently, I'd say Bloodborne is the gold standard for that. And I say that as someone who has played Eternal Darkness, Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, Call of Cthulhu, the Necronomicon, a whole bunch of other titles. I don't make that claim lightly. And the reason being is that I feel that with Bloodborne especially, everything about its world invokes the sense of like the cosmic other. Oh, I know, I did come through here. Why am I being a dingus? Oh no, that's where we came. Oh. Oh yeah, so we've got to go further on. Sorry! Confusing myself here. Good work, Will. Sorry, the reason why I feel like Bloodborne is the gold standard for it is that with a lot of other titles, they use a myriad of different tools to show us like the power of the unknowable, forces beyond comprehension. But where Bloodborne does it so well is that it uses nonsense stats and mechanics to show you the effects of such things without ever narratively explaining them to you. And I really love that. Oh, coffee time. I apologise. I missed your question again. I mean, I'm having a lovely time with this, so I hope you do too. But MDH is saying that they liked how one person put it. Bloodborne gets it right that no matter how much information you take, you never have a complete answer, despite what the internet keeps saying. You only have theories about what happened in this world and the full effects. Yes. And I think that being able to understand the effect outside of the narrative, so having stats and elements which don't have a clear parallel but you can understand their effects, goes a long way towards that. Like, what does blood tinge mean? What does blood tinge mean? You're a brand new character, you're looking at your character sheet. Blood tinge. Where? An item, it is a strange stat, but once you've spent some time in that world, you can understand how it affects things. So, essentially, you're already messing with powers you don't understand. Do you know what I mean? And the whole... Is it clarity? I forget. I think it's clarity. No, it's the little eye icon. Ah, god darn it. The one that those squiggly-headed bastards steal from you. Bloody scholar bastards. Insight. Thank you, MDH. Insight is another one that... It's something that has a direct parallel, and yet, what does acquiring more insight? How does seeing more of the world change it? And I'm fascinated by that. So yeah, Utopia Heart. It's no worry. I was just chatting about how games utilize that kind of like cosmic horror storytelling, and I personally feel that the gold standard. Oh, Umbral Knight says, "I spy a shack over yonder. Let us rest our weary bones." You don't have bones anymore. True Believer's Note. After the Blighted started to appear at Land's End, many religions quickly began to die out, including the True Way. Seeking hope, many flocked to the White Priestess. It is likely that the Way of the White Parish arose from there and spread among the people. Now let's have a little sit down. Alright, your possessed spirits can be enhanced. Spirits can be enhanced at respites. Ooh. And we've got a new relic as well. Oh, so increase maximum HP or reduce damage. Let's go for some damage reduction. Why not? Enhance. Okay, so enhance the Umbral Knight. We need an Ancient Soul, of which we have none. Okay, so we can enhance both of these. Sorry, that was me getting into the numbers. Zenrose says, see if there was an evil in charge of implementing that stat. Increasing it would reveal more flavor text on items. It's something that that kind of element is something that Transistor used very well. That by using something, you learnt its story. But that was telling a different kind of tale. Anyway, I love talking about these things because with a lot of them, like, we've by no means perfected the art of telling an eldritch horror story. And there are so many ways to go about it. Friends, for those of you that didn't see it, we did Call of the Sea recently, which was one of the most exceptional takes on the eldritch horror. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop them both up because I'm using them all. We can't improve our main one because we need Ancient Souls, which I'm sure we will have to do a large amount of things to acquire. Sorry, it gives me a chance to sip the cuppa. Yeah, sorry, Call of the Sea was so good, and that took the premise and turned it very much on its head, which was good. I mean, what that did was the familiar of the unknown, which is incredibly hard to do. Asari's asking how that one ended. You get to choose your ending. So, I believe the VOD's up if you want to watch the last parts of it. And if it's not on Twitch, I keep them on YouTube just for easy reading. Sorry. I guess I should have said Utopia kind of propped one of my trap cards on this conversation because I love talking about exploration of like the eldritch horrors in games because I've always loved that as a space, but it's so hard to do. Hop a chop. That's a good looking hat you got there.
Made a hat.
Made a hat. Salem may have come up for a term for the faujoisie.
I was literally typing in chat when
I wanted an excuse to say it again. It's a good looking hat.
It is a good looking hat.
Look at that. Fiona made that yesterday.
Wait.
I don't know, I've got some like rainbow Zizu stuff going on here. I look like a Wes Anderson character. I need like a really sad montage music in the background and a thin French cigarette.
Wait.
Which side does it go on? You see, I have been at sea for many years. Takes a drag of thing, cigarette. I knew Zizo before he got into the movie-making business. Yes, we can take the submarine. Flick. It looks better on you. It looks a lot better on you. God, I need to see my sides.
Getting a little long.
Oh, how's your day going?
Not bad.
Thank you for bringing the nuggies over.
You're welcome.
Oh, Crowbeak's like, that's a legit good-looking hat. Sorry, thank you for clipping that.
Who wants to sing?
And thank you for the host. Oh, people giving me cool kid hosts. Moving my numbers. Toby Hart saying that got that H3. I think I need more of a chin for that. I completely lost my train of thought with a good hat. I guess that is my grand weakness. Oh yeah, no, conversations I love to have. I love talking about the Eldritch Horror element because I still think we're a long ways away from it. And I like that we're past the point of needing to do like screen shakes and sanity systems that are very, very binary. One of the things that I really disliked about Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth is that anytime you see things that defy understanding, your character takes a sanity hit. And as you get more and more messed up, like the screen goes black and white, and eventually your character takes their own life, which theoretically is good, but it means that you as the player need to actively avoid seeing things. And it creates a bit of a dissonance that the things that you would show your character to unfurl the horrors of the world. I mean, it was revolutionary at the time. Oh, Kestrel, that was Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth. And, like, if I had to create that game again myself, like, things I'd do is mess with your perceptions more, your veneer of the world. Like, the idea that the more sanity hits you take, the more your character tries to ignore and avoid the Eldritch, the more it tries to... So, Dark Corners of the Earth is based on the Lovecraftian story of Shadows over Innsmouth, which is like one of the two ones that people tend to reference a lot. Also, this is your obligatory Lovecraft was a horrible person mention, just so that we don't like put the author on a pedestal. Anyway, so you arrive at Innsmouth as a detective. You've been asked to find somebody who's gone missing. And from the moment you're there, everybody looks like they are... To say a little green around the gills would be to hit the nail far too firmly on the head. Like, everyone's got this kind of like this blah, 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 with a grey-green tinge. Like, it is clear something is wrong here. Do not like strangers. I mean, obviously this is like a mystical if I were able to. You know, budget and time, no question. Oh, sorry, very quickly to interrupt. Krobik's got to head out. Wanted to say thank you again for playing this. Yo, I'm having a great time. You don't even have to thank me. Thank you for putting up with us. I'm sorry I missed your first email on this. And yeah, if you feel free to bug me with stuff like this, yo. If you don't hear from me on email, that means I missed it. And I was a dingus. Sorry, jumping back. So yeah, so what I would consider doing if I had to tackle a Shadows over Innsmouth style, Call of Cthulhu style game, the more your character sanity became shook, the more abstract reality your perception of it is. Like, your brain tries to protect yourself. Your psyche tries to protect you from the unknown. So the idea of, as a simple example, the more sanity damage your character takes, for lack of a better term, the more messed up things you see, the more you try and justify it away. The more your character will see the locals as just regular happy people. and that could almost go into the... No, not into the unknown, Stooge. That could almost go into the surreal. So, like, if you are sane and grounded, you might see someone with the start of some gills and some eyes. But if you are all the way across to losing your complete noodle, you might see a person happy and smiling, but that smile might get almost kind of, like, almost cartoonish, like, hello, everything's fine and wonderful. And then you could almost, sort of like how the early pitches for We Happy Few put it, it becomes more exaggerated, more wild, more unsettled. Like, your coping mechanisms stop working. I found it... Guess I was like, thanks, I hate it, right? But I feel that's so much better than asking the user to not observe the unknown. And then, if they observe too much of the unknown, you punish them with a game over. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and Iron Imp, I am by no means against getting into it. Yahtzee's The Consuming Shadow is something that I do want to show people. Especially considering that, you know, to call him a critic might be a little bit of an overstatement, but as an entertainer, as someone in the sphere of games moving into game development, it's always fascinating to see those people's creations. Because it's hard enough to make a game without being acutely aware of how everyone is going to receive it, you know what I mean? It's one of those things, like, it's on the grand list. For point and clicks, we'll definitely be doing the next one from the Blackwell series before we do any others. Feck, what was it called? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, the Umbral Knight says, seems the path leads off from here. Should we take a look? Oh, okay, so you can go that way. Or this way. Have a little look. Oh, wow. Since we upgraded, the nun kicks ass. Asari says, how many games do I have? On Steam or in total? Total might be hard to... Oh, wow, that is hideous, whatever that is. It's alright, we'll head back the other way in a second. Oh, yeah, and Kestrel... Oh, sorry, thank you. Let me take a breath. Sorry, I was getting a little bit all over the place. So yeah, the game that I was thinking of was the Unavowed. That's probably going to be our next point and click. Because, like, the Blackwell Legacy spent a lot of time building this incredible world, and I love the idea of going back to it. Cheeky distance attacks. Yeah, on his ass! Habacha! But yeah, sorry, so Kester was saying that that Yahtzee was into game development for a long time, and it wasn't... Is it down here somewhere? But by my understanding, Yahtzee was never a game developer by trade. Okay, cool. That's a lot of things trying to kill me all at once. Bad words. Hey! Ding! Level 10, don't mind if I do. Okay, I may be getting out of my depth, so I might have to take its advice. Tell you what, I'll pause so I can read Utopia Heart's comment and stuff. So Iron was adding that something they'd spotlight in the Consuming Shadow is that as you do your runs, you unlock spells. These are effectively cheat codes and very powerful, but doing so does massive sanity damage to your character set. Yo, Mega Man Battle Network 3, the Dark Chips. Feckin' nailed it there. Utopia Heart was saying, I feel as if it would be better that maybe more you understand about the mystical and the great beyond. That is the Eldritch Great Beyond. You don't necessarily go crazy, but you see a more strange to the world, like the things you find out about the reality of everything, the more you understand that life as you know is just a small part of what's out there. And that's what causes you to go crazy, not the Eldritch Horror itself, but the knowledge of those Eldritch Horrors bring. Yeah, I mean, well, that was what the cosmic horror as a genre was about. It's difficult to convey now because we have an understanding of the universe that's more widespread. You know, we know black holes exist. We know there are galaxies far beyond our own. We can now prove it with big fancy telescopes. When Lovecraft, scumbag that he is, was writing those kind of stories, it was just starting to... Science was just starting to probe at the universe. And the realization of how little we knew was kind of coming through into the public consciousness. And a lot of the cosmic horror capitalized on that, which is not a bad thing. Unlike Lovecraft, who's a bad person. Again, we don't need to go into why, but it's just nice to... I like bookending it. And Utopia Heart, see, that's feckin' rad. See, the thing is, it's the kind of story that you want to tell. When we go back to the Call of the Sea, our character is never jump scared by the unknown. They just come to understand it. There's no points where the game goes, ooga booga booga booga. Because that's not who your character is in that world. The knowledge that they gain by exploring this island brings understanding, not fear. But another, like a regular ass person walking that island, you know, as they imply, the very forces of that island instill a paranoia and a bitterness and a hatred just by proximity of being there. The island, for whatever reason, reacts different to people than it does to... different to some people than others. And so, whereas the character you play as in Call of the Sea, you know, finds knowledge and enlightenment, another person would find rage and paranoia. They may imagine that world different. I always love thinking about, like, who are you when you're playing a game? Who is the player? Are we playing as the character? Is the character a vehicle for us? And if so, what do we do to that vehicle to convey the experience? Do you know what I mean? Or have I gone too abstract? Like Utopia, I think what you're looking at there could work really, really well. Especially if you're dealing with someone who, if you're playing as a character who has no concept of the grand cosmos and then has it unveiled to them. I mean, Musashi, as wisdom goes, he who thinks they know everything knows nothing. Oh, so Tokuno, absolutely read up about Lovecraft as a person. It simultaneously will teach you where his style of horror and writing came from, and also, unfortunately, a lot of the racist ideologies that he held that created some of his works, like Shadows over Innsmouth. Someone was joking earlier that it's about interracial marriage. There's a subplot in that which, oh boy, it's bad. He was ringing that racist bell pretty bloody hard. However, the works of Lovecraft have inspired beyond him with people. Anyway, the whole like influence of Lovecraft and death of the author is something we talk about so often. I don't have anything new to add to it, but like give it a read. never gonna get tired of exploding crows. Yo! Well, whoever that was that picked up the Humble Software Bundle, learn to create games in Unity, thank you kindly. And if you are learning to make games in Unity, we've got a lot of peeps here that have a lot of experience in that. Can I beat these two with what I've got? I think I can. Alright. Shit. The answer was no. Okay, just to close up on the conversation of death of the author and things like that, is unfortunately with creative works, especially like games, it is better to be aware of the author's intent to understand where certain parts of it come from. I can't really speak to other art mediums, but like... So okay, let's take the game of Call of Cthulhu. Like... The locals have this big old fear of the outsiders when you come in, and a lot of that creates this wonderful sense of unease, in the sense that your character is in a built-up urban environment, a port city, and yet you are very isolated and very alone. The locals hate you just for who you are, and that's very, very That's very, very powerful, especially in horror. But it's worth thinking about that, like, you know, that came from some very, very racist ideology. So if you were going to evoke Lovecraft's work, you need to make sure that you're not falling into the trappings of repeating his sentiments said through art. That's the part of it I can talk about, because Kestra was saying the Yahtzee quote, you know, if you you get a hot dog, but it was made by the Boston Strangler, you can still enjoy the hot dog, just don't make eye contact. That's very true. And Kestrel, you're also right, it does depend on the kind of art. Like, understanding it so that you don't sometimes accidentally continue to put forward ideas that you wouldn't necessarily support. But yeah, this is a topic as deep as the ocean. And I do not claim to be a social scientist of any means. I can only really talk about this stuff when it pertains to video games. Ami Masashi says, I think we'd get a better understanding of Lovecraft if we understand the time period they existed in. I always thought Lovecraft was a genre, not a person, until the Dan started playing Bloodborne. Well, that's real important too. Though even for his time, he was considered to be more radical than his peers. And, you know, from the shoulders of giants, certainly. You know, we leave those ideologies behind, and we do not support them, but, you know, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat them. Kind of, you have to be careful when bringing through creative ideas like that you aren't accidentally bringing the baggage with. Anyway, yeah, that's where I was going with it. Sorry. Yeah, this topic is long and twisty as tentacles of the ocean, abso-feckin-lutely. Now, if we take Lovecraft and his scummy ideas and chuck him in the sea, there are still lots of things that his work has inspired that are far better and far beyond. I mean, like, without Lovecraft, we wouldn't have Hellboy. It's fucking brilliant, that is. You know, we probably wouldn't have half of Del Toro's work. Like, and we can look at those parts. You know, the Masashi, I love the idea of referring to Lovecraft and Lovecraftian things as a genre. Like, remove the person from the conversation, you know? Anyway, going back to the cosmic horror conversations, because I love talking about this. If one were going to start a creative project based around that, again, I'd definitely be like, who is your character in this world? And are we the character? Yeah, Bacon Avenger. We wouldn't have Quake. That glorious mashup of like future tech and like medieval horror. Yeah, and Ami's like, Will does not have a positive outlook on ocean creatures. This we already know. Shh. Do not reveal my anti-fish biases. So yeah, so thinking about who the player is then facilitates how you tell the story. See, Bloodborne, your character is you. It's less that you're a silent protagonist, more that you have made your avatar to explore that world. There's no knowledge that your character has that you don't have. You know, you wake up on a table, and that is as much as your character remembers, and is as much as your character sees through, you know? Oh, I'm gonna head into the, to this way, as I got my ass kicked the other way. Just, dude, you're so speciesed against shark. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And, okay, as a quick aside, I am aware of, like, the sharks have had a terrible time actually as a species of animal because of the rampant and at times unwarranted fear against them. The movie Jaws is probably responsible for facilitating a large proportion of their being wiped out. God, those guys are just... Sorry, these big stumpy blokes look like they're just having the time of their life. Yeah, so sorry, going back. So with Bloodborne, the player and the character are one and the same. So whatever knowledge is pertains to the character is given to the user. So that's why things like insight work so well. And insight, by the way, in Bloodborne is just one of my most fascinating mechanics. Oh, darn it, I needed to be airborne for that to work. Now, when we played Call of the Sea, so Call of the Sea, we are playing as a character. Our character has knowledge that we don't. Some of which is conveyed, some of which we learn at the same time. So everything otherworldly that our character finds out about, oh god, in Call of the Sea, we learn at exactly the same time she does. But everything about her musical talents, her marriage, you know, what led her on this strange journey, who her husband was, like, that was all stuff we had to find. That was all stuff that she knew that we didn't. Come down here, you fucking pro. Oh, Utopia Heart says the greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. Acts like wholeheartedly. Oh, also ding. Get him, slug friend. Woohoo! Amulet fragment! Yeah, Kestrel, I do love the humming along to this soundtrack. And it kind of continues this whole thing of our little character being a force of good in this world, you know what I mean? Baron Sheep, what, old friend? We're talking Bloodborne, we're talking about cosmic horror and conveying it. I was half talking about Call of the Sea. Okay, slug no. And this game is lovely. Zenrose says, I disagree. The greatest fear is the fear of that small crawling sensation on my legs. It's like there's a spider inside my pant leg. Oh, yeah. Save me from this darkness. Bathe me in a tranquil light. Aw, poor little squishy person. Sorry, the thing I wanted to point out was Kestrel saying that they love the humming of the soundtrack. The humming feels like it comes from our character in a strange way. Oh wow, the water is very bad. Which I feel works very, very well in conveying to us almost the serene nature of the character we're playing as. Does that make a weird sense? Baron says they really want to run another horror D&D game. Oh, feck, yes. I feel we need to do that in person, so that might have to be like a studio space actual hangout maneuver. But I'd feckin' love to do that, dude. Because you can do some fun stuff to regular people when it comes to horror in that regard. Ooh, treasure. I quite like treasure. Friends, do you hear the guinea pigs cry? They're so hard up, they're so unloved. Nobody feeds them, nobody loves them. It's just so hard being a tiny guinea pig. Little terrors. For Bacon Adventure, I won't read your typo, but that did make me chortle. Saying that you can tell the player character is somewhat supernatural because in this dark and grimy world, there's not a speck of dirt on him. And yeah, it's a glorious typo. So it means we can upgrade probably the nun. Oh, now we can go in here. Night Valen, Watto friend. Baron Sheep was adding that Bloodborne does a really good job of slowly expanding the existential dread. Once you realise the people you are screaming and killing, they are killing or screaming, oh gods, please help me, makes you stop and think about what you're doing. Yup. Like, the thing that I often contemplate is, what does Bloodborne look like as a world from the perspective of the villagers? Also, Balrats, I did say hello, didn't I? Hopefully I'm not getting too all over the shop. Oh, MDH is back with pizza! Okay, firstly... Western Merchant. If only I could see my wife and daughter one last time. Ah, poor Crow. There's also something about this character that she seems to take so much of this pain and hurt in stride. Oh, launches ranged attacks as enemies on sight. Okay. Utopia Heart was adding another one in Intrinsic Facts. If we look at ourselves from only a couple of 100 years ago, they saw something they didn't understand, they would see it as magic. But if we take it people today, they see something they don't understand, we might see it as technology. The difference is understanding. Oh yeah, if you can then... It's not something that I've seen too many games handle well, but that's mostly because the user's understanding. See, one of the difficult problems in video games is to put the user in a mindset of someone who doesn't understand things that we know for granted. So, for example, no one was surprised during Horizon Zero Dawn when you have the reveal of, oh my word, Those aren't animals, those are robots. Theirs is technology abound. Like, no one was surprised by that. And that's not a diss on the game, it's just you can't... Oh, to Jarabik, thank you kindly for the follow. You can't remove the player's knowledge from the equation, unfortunately. So you have to take that into consideration. You can't as easily present people with a character that doesn't understand if you wish for them to feel the same kind of like, is it magic, is it horror? Do you know what I mean? Now, Horizon Zero Dawn is Aloy's story, or Alloy, or however you want to call it. It's her tale. We are playing as her through her adventures. But imagine that if that game was us creating our character, if we were putting ourselves in that story, it would be very difficult for the game to have us be confused by technology that we know. Does that make a weird sense? And MDH, who's that quote from? The technology advanced enough will eventually hit a point where it's indistinguishable by magic. Now, the only reason that I always pick apart Horizon Zero Dawn is it does a lot of very interesting things, and I think it's worth looking at. So, like, in... I believe it's when you make it to the first major area, having left your home area, you encounter someone else that has one of the power scouters, and the reveal that that character is part of a thing that happens feels... We as the player, we as the user are able to observe, wait, we've got one of those, and they've got one of those. But the game doesn't give us the option to acknowledge that through the character. Again, Horizon Zero Dawn is an amazing game, and I'm not picking it apart. Horizon Zero Dawn is an open-world story of one character. How we choose to develop that character is up to us, but it's still that character's story. Sorry, I was nattering a lot on that one. Moose was adding, the one thing that you can do in the Horizon situation is to make sure the reveal that character answers the questions. Oh, thank you. Oh, I got some chicken, got some taters. Thank you. I got some food. Oh, Ami Masashi being all arty-farty. The question is, in Bloodborne, when does the dream start? And when does it stop being a dream? Where exactly is the hunter's dream located? Wolfrad says the show Babylon 5 included the idea of techno-mages. A group of people with advanced technology who can create the illusion of magic. Oh, yeah. Right, speaking of which, so we can have 2 sets. So what I might do is have Flail made over there. Oh, have we got enough to enhance? We do not. We need 10 more. Okay. Where were we? Torquedo says, or as I like to call them, DBZ power readers. Oh, it's Arthur C. Clarke, known as Clarke's Third Law. I knew that was a good quote. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable by magic. Arthur C. Clarke. Thank you. Nighthawk says, a game I want to play that I feel does the very unique things is the medium. You know what? I keep seeing so much about that from certain press outlets, and yet so very little. I'm going to be curious to have a look at it. But I will put my hand up and say, like, I'm looking forward to it getting a release, if it hasn't been released already. The medium is definitely one that's suffered from both 2020's nonsense and then, the January reset. Because I was keeping a hawk eye on it, and now I cannot remember when it's coming out or if it's out. And Meow Kitty Sakura, I'm loving this game. It's just gorgeous. It plays wonderful, and it does so much with so little. And this isn't a diss on The Vigil, because I really like that game. But this does a lot of heavy lifting with very little narrative thrown at us. Whereas other games, aside from Salt and Sanctuary, by this point would feel the need to throw so much at us to explain the world. And I really appreciate this. You know, it truly is embracing the, no, you have to experience this world. The Medium releases tomorrow, back in January reset. And it's on Game Pass. Alright. No doubt we'll have to hear about 1,000 different articles about it. I'm curious to see how it's received. Let's go with that. But because the other thing that's worth mentioning is games that talk a lot about how they mess with user perception before releasing. Leaving your user confused about some elements isn't necessarily bad when doing a marketing campaign, but telling users that a game will confuse you, or it will stump you, or do stuff you're not prepared for, is a very easy thing to say. Do you know what I mean? And this isn't something I'm leveling at the medium. It's just something I've noticed in games that like to talk a big game when it comes to twisting of perceptions and whatnot. You know, your Outlasts. Oh, and someone else picking up some teeny tiny Humble games. Whoever that was, thank you kindly. And, yo, cheers for continuing to use the Humble link. Like, the Humble lot are really good to us, and yeah, friends, it all fucking adds up. Save. So I guess we are going this way. We can now try. Oh, well, now that is interesting. So the crow, as we unlock it, it just kind of, it's an auto attack turret. Fascinating. Nighthawk saying the medium comes out tomorrow. One of the things I liked about it, I won't spoil anything in case there's anyone in the chat that wants to play it, but there's a part at the beginning where the character deals with the passing of a family member. Interesting. Now, Nighthawk, have you had hands-on with it? Sorry, my food is very, very warm, so I'm just kind of teeny tiny snacking on it whilst we're chatting this. I'm not sure what you mean by L3 MDH. Zenro adding, I always feels infantile. Yeah, it always feels like being talked down to. Sorry, I'm failing to pronounce words. When you see text that says like, this game will confuse and bewilder you. Subtext, if it doesn't, there's something wrong with you. Oh my god, friends, we have a mystery on our hands. Someone by the moniker of Totally Not Barren purchased a Humble RPG book bundle. 5th edition dungeons extravaganza. Feck. Who could this person be? We'll start an investigation immediately. Oh, and Utopia Heart, that sounds delicious. But you're... Oh, you fucking bad word. Fuck! Baron's like, oh, it couldn't have been me. He was definitely playing Minecraft. Feck, I don't know how we'll solve this puzzle then, dear Baron. I'll have to put a team on it. I will say, I don't envy the challenge of people trying to sell psychological horror games like The Medium, because it's very hard to... It's very hard to... What's the word? Convey everything without over-promising. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't envy the challenge that a game like The Medium has. Meowkitty Sakura says, do we have any info about the cute little kid pro tag? Their name is Lily, and they may have been a white priestess. Someone able to cure the blight. But that hasn't been directly confirmed. We know that scary-looking nun lady was trying to look after her before she lost her mind. And that's as much as we know so far. The knight's being specifically vague with us. Like, we don't know who he is or why he's following us round. This is all being kept very under wraps. Oh, and Nighthawk, this game's gorgeous. The 2D animation plus... It's got a combination of classic 2D anims and some paper doll stuff that's just gorgeous. And you know I'm a sucker for hand-drawn games. Sorry. Apologies for zoning out a second there. Wolfram was saying, speaking of selling games, IO Interactive announced today that Hitman 3 already made back its development costs in the first week of sales. That's real good. And that is very, very good considering the difficulty they've gone through. Although, especially the first Hitman had a very confusing business model. And Hitman 2's was better. I know they had a lot of launch week issues. But it's gorgeous. Like, I have watched someone kill everybody in Dubai, which was quite entertaining. Actually, Night Venom, you're not wrong. In all honesty, buying Hitman, the newer Hitman games, Mr. Hitman, if you will, is very confusing. And it didn't help their confused messaging on launch about who did and didn't have content carried over from previous versions. Yeah, Nun's kicking ass. Gotta remember not to leave the crow up. Get in trouble. Leave the crow up too long. Sorry, my father was Mr. Hitman. Please, call me 47. And Night Valen, I'm really glad about that. It definitely adds a certain level of clarity, but feck, at some point, I love how Hitman has done their development model. They are the best example of games of service model that I can point to aside from Warframe. And they're so, so good. But if a new person is like, hey, so which Hitman game do I buy? And you go, well, that's not good selling strategy. That's just my humble opinion. It doesn't mean diddly because, as was pointed out, they've made back their cost of development in a week, which I'm really happy for. And Night Valen's like, well, save me. Yakuza's 3 through 5 are on Game Pass. Good luck. The thing is, you'll never be able to finish them all before they're pulled off of Game Pass. I'm still genuinely worried about how Game Pass is going to affect the state of gaming. And I think about this a lot, but I also know there's nothing I can do about it. What's I like to say? Oh. Wait, Lecter, doesn't New York have, like, hella rain? I remember the seasons in New York being very volatile. Like, when it rains in New York, it really gives it a go. And I remember snow up to my knees. Summer's so hot that I just wish they wouldn't. And Nighthawk, I don't think the Hollow Knight comparisons are unfair. Fuck. Got my ass kicked right there. A little too blasé. Getting this poor child beaten up a whole bunch. But she doesn't seem too fast. Say letting New York gets more rain than Seattle, it's just much more concentrated. I mean, Seattle's just at a general state of drizzle. The rain feels lighter than in the UK. Sorry, forgive me while I stuff my face, friend. And Nighthawk, I figured you meant it as a compliment. I know it's a massive undertaking, but I do recommend finishing Hollow Knight. It is something special. There's also quite a few charms and builds you can get together that make the game a lot less taxing. I think I used a combination of like overhealing, like heal over time, and God, I think just stuff that made my nail hit like a freight train. So I was like, run in, damage, run out, and if I feck up, don't worry about it, you can always heal it back. Oh, Salen still needs to go in for the real ending. Good luck! It's a bastard! MDH says, wait, which real ending? No, the definitive, like, end. Yeah, the true ending. And NGC, good afternoon, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Okay, yeah, and Night Valen, the boss rush ending can do one. Even I haven't got a hope in heck of doing that one. Oh, Utopia Heart. Which part of the Colosseum you on? Because one of the best pieces of advice I got going through Hollow Knight was just don't worry about the third part of the Colosseum. If you do it, it's great. So, Soups to the Dupe, it's an excellent name, is asking, do you feel this bit's the 2D Souls-like niche my friend thinks it is? I'm unsure. This doesn't play like Vigil or like Salt and Sanctuary. This doesn't feel like a direct translation of the Soulsian format. This is closer to Hollow Knight in terms of movement. And there's also a certain kind of like, I don't know, hopeful summons to this. Now, this is also still in early access, so it could all change. Right now, God, it feels like a blend of like Hollow Knight, Dead Cells, and Odin Sphere. Sorry, I would certainly prefer if you didn't do that thing that you just did. So I don't know if it's going to scratch a 2D to Dark Souls itch. Super Dupes is still waiting for the game by the Salt and Sanctuary devs. Well, have you played Dishwasher the Vampire Samurai? Because its art style is very rough around the edges, but oh boy, it's good. You can see the kind of the progenitors, although Dishwasher, if Salt and Sanctuary is the Dark Souls of their back catalogue, Dishwasher is the Devil May Cry. Sweet Jeebus, Dishwasher is hard. Oh yeah, so fun. And wait, MDH. So I thought Final Radiance is true, not Boss Rush. But Soup to the Dupe, I know James pretty well. I don't think he is currently working on Salt and Sanctuary 2. As much as I would love, I hope that he is, because I feckin' love that game. But yeah, I would definitely say if you enjoyed old titles like Odin Sphere and definitely were in the Hollow Knight vein, this is absolutely something you'd enjoy. We did have one of the peeps rep in the game on here earlier, but I think Crowbeaks had to go. Possibly because of all the crow murder. So MDH, I'll definitely say Dead Cells has morphed into a whole heap more games since early access, and definitely if you've got the green to pick up the DLC, oh, it's so good. I'm so sorry, Crysticks. I was just about to offer some words of support and realised I just got a massive mouthful of chicken which did not want to go down in any kind of cohesive manner. Oh, my apologies. But Crysticks, if you need us, we got you. You're getting everything sorted from a proper medical standpoint, and that means you're doing it right. Ah, you feckin' bastard. Level 13. Oh. Oh, I got a little bit cocky there. No full damage! With my child knees! Oh, okay, I get it now. So the merchant has 50 shots. Okay, so it's not 50 seconds active time. Okay, I'm learning. Why must you all insist on wailing on a child? Oh. Don't think I'm supposed to be in the water. I think I done goofed. Oh, there is going to be something in the water. Oh no, we're okay. Alright. Guess we'll explore this path. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, a moose. Well said, friend. Well said. Sorry, jumping back in. Nighthawk says, I think it's going to fit more into the Metroidvania style, so Hollow Knight, Bloodstained. Never played Dead Cells. Worth it. Odin's Sphere is a hard one to get hold of because it's not really it's not really a Metroidvania game. It's like it's a very unique 2D narrative game with the characters playing drastically differently. God, I mean, it's a game with such features as, to level up, what you have to do is you have to plant seeds that grow with XP, and then farm those. Alright, can't quite make it. And then farm those for fruit that will level you up in different ways. Because of reasons. Aha! Are you finding secrets? It's a story-driven game with interesting combat, with 6 different interesting characters that their stories interweave and change, and it's genuinely it's genuinely fascinating. But the thing about Odin's Sphere is it does the unreliable narrator really well. You're never quite sure who's telling the story of Odin's Sphere. Because it begins with a little girl and a cat reading a book like bigger than she is. The Hamlet request. Fearless warrior needed to slay large monsters in forest. Monsters have settled in the forest near a hamlet. Wounding many of the king's soldiers. Rewards will be given to any of the fiends slain. Stand with us! Protect your great nation! King Fortness, Higham. More like King Feckless, Marie. Wraith, I'm so sorry. So MDH, Odin's Sphere is on PS3 and PS4, by my understanding. I'm still hoping it gets a PC release, but by my understanding, Vanillaware get a fair wedge of their cash from Sony, so I can't really fault them, you know. It would be lovely to have it on PC, but, you know. Oh, grants an additional relic slot. Lovely. I have one of those. We are getting El Shaddai as a PC release, so I'm very happy about that. Alrighty, some more goodies to upgrade our crows. Slug note. Nighthawk's asking if we're still in the first area. I think we are in chapter... We're still in chapter 2. We've been playing this for about 3 hours. I'm kind of taking my time with it, to be perfectly honest. So that's where we were prior. Oh no, this area is very large. So we'll keep pressing forward, see if we can find a bench. Oh yeah, Kisa makes a very good point. Like, Vanillaware games, the one thing they have done consistently is make me fecking hungry. Their ability to draw gorgeous home-cooked meals, which make me absolutely starving playing that game. And Nighthawk was asking that they wonder how many chapters are in early access. I don't know off the top of my head. So I don't think we can get up to there. I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, on the one hand, usually with these kind of games, I would wait until they were content complete before I really got into them. But I really wanted to play this. Oh, Adrian's letter. It was the White Parish grounds and the catacombs where the Guardian candidates endured many years of training. They toiled to fortify their bodies and minds to be deemed worthy of protecting the White Priestess. Selected from devotees of the church, it is said that only the 10 finest candidates will earn that honor. And sit on the bed. Alright. So we've got more relic slots. Yeah. So MDH says they've said 3 are available of the planned 8. Lovely, lovely. Well, that means we're probably about halfway through the currently available content. Gives me an excuse to shove some food into my face some more. Oh. I still find it... it's not a thing that I dislike. I feckin' love. That video games defines its own genres, primarily based on the medium by which you play the game. It's something that I feckin' love. Because someone was saying earlier that, you know, sometimes Metroidvania titles get compared to Dark Souls games, and Dark Soulsian titles get compared to Metroidvanias. And the thing is, by playing them, you can experience the difference. But if you try and write down what makes those two genres, they seem almost like they overlap a whole bunch. And while a lot of those games can overlap at the seams, they are distinctly different. And I love this. I love this about video games. Oh, Utopia Heart, get some proper sleeps, yo. If I've helped use my dulcet British tones to make you sleepy, feckin' indulge it. Sleep is one of the things I struggle with most, so I ain't gonna stop anybody else, you know? Moose was saying a while back there was the idea of following a title through early access. Just never end up back in the game. Well, I mean, we did play Phantom Brigade at launch of its early access, and we did play it at Update 2, and it's got giant robots in it. And I'm not terrible at it now. Oh, Utopia Heart, the pleasure is all mine. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Wolfred says, many different games offer different ways of playing, completely changing the genre. From an intellectual standpoint, yes. But if you look at how users define genres, they'll find a commanding thread. They'll find something about it that carries through the title and define it thusly, which is fascinating. That's a lot of chicken. So much chicken. Sorry about that, French. I thought it was all mashed potato. It wasn't. It was all chicken. Chicken all the way down. Oh, it was glorious. Sorry. Kisa, I'm just trying not to talk my mouth full. I know Ami and Katros yell at me when I'm like... They're like, Will, finish your food, swallow it, then talk to us. And no worry. Sorry, go clean your brush. Hopefully your art stuff's been going very well. Fuck, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, a lovely example of how users pick the through genre. And also how any game creator that tells you, we've invented a new genre, doesn't understand how video games work. Hellgate London. Hellgate London. 3 different character classes that play as 3 drastically different games. You have a third-person hack and slash, a first-person shooter, and I think the wizard was more like almost like a turn-based kind of casting sort of thing, or at least like... Oh, what's the fancy term for Final Fantasy VII's combat system? Where it's like action bars ticking up. So it's sort of turn-based, but not. Alright, well, that. And what genre did users call it? An MMO. The ATB system. Thank you, Tokuno. Lex says, I remember that game. Watched their boyfriend in college play it for days. Vividly remember some of the areas in that. Oh, yeah. Active turn-based. Yeah. Right you are, Cryosticks. And yeah, Clank, it doesn't become a genre until there are subsequent works. It's one of the things that I love about video games so much is that users, players, we as people define what genres are. No matter how many PR and marketing guys try and make stuff stick or change it or lob it around, it is the kind of the group collective that decides what genres are. And, you know, Souls-like is definitely becoming a genre descriptor. If I use that when telling you about a game, it gives you a hook. Oh, Coffee Time says, thank you for a wonderful night. Pleasure was all mine. Thank you kindly. Dinner time here in Texas. Oh, getting that good food. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Sorry, I got talking with, I believe it was Zalavir the other night about Texas barbecue. And, when the world is open again, proper fresh barbecue, it's gonna happen. The great thing about growing up in the UK is, while I understand that, you know, Texas probably has the pinnacle of barbecue in existence, it all tastes amazing to me. So I can go to a local joint and have the best time. It's amazing. But yeah, Hellgate has 3 drastically different styles.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dude, the music. The discussion. This is just lovely.
Oh, Torkuno, thank you kindly. I do try. And I guess I succeed, but... No, sorry. Thank you for 10 months. You feckin' ledge. Salen's like, you really trying to start that fight today? No. What I am saying is that my English palate puts me in, like, the basic baby babu pool when it comes to barbecue. That's what I'm saying. I know there is a hierarchy, but I've not sampled enough to know. Caffeine said Factorio-like or assembly line manager sim for less wieldy. You have Factorio, Satisfactory, and now the Dyson Sphere. Yeah. And quite often, if the game doesn't have... Sorry, if a defining game doesn't have any hooks that are immediately visible, the name of the game becomes the descriptor. Like, Metroidvania. Is it a game like Metroid or Castlevania? Like, God, I love it. Also, when industry peeps try and inflict terms, I find it interesting. Like how immersive sim never took off as a genre name. A few intellectuals in the industry will use it to describe a subset of games, but users do not use the term immersive sim. Oh, yeah, Moose, roguelike. God, I love that term. A game that would have otherwise been thrown to the 9 winds. Like, why aren't they called Ultima-likes? You know? Ah, I love it. Caffeine says alternative descriptors of genres, RTF, FPS, TPS? Isn't that a kind of report? What's like a strategy game could mean a vast genre of things. I mean, Clank, you're not wrong, but a few internet historians quite like bounding it around in the same manner that one might throw around Latin words while huffing on a pipe. So after the Conclave, immersive sim immersive sim was a genre which a few people tried to coin when describing games like Deus Ex. Games where you had full reign, a sort of like RPG first-person shooter game. Oh, please report your third-person shooter reports by the end of the day. Oh, yeah. And it was meant to refer to like that. I believe Thief the Dark Project was meant to be in there. Basically, Looking Glass's works. So, System Shock 2, Deus Ex, etc. And while the term is still used in an academic sense, users do not describe games as immersive sims. And when looking back at those games and comparing them to what we can do now, they're not even close to the level of like granular immersion that we can impart upon a game, you know? Because now we can have feckin' We can have physics-based systems handle all kinds of nonsense. We don't have to, like, pre-construct all these different features. And, Wolfrad, I do also want to say, I love those games. Like, Deus Ex, System Shock. These are games that shaped me as a numpty. Oh, this seems bad. Excuse me, sir. Sir! Sir, I'm a tiny child and I'm lost. Please don't fight me. God, I can't wait for this guy to have 3 feckin' horns. I'm just gonna turn the bird on now. Cool. Hope you feel good about yourself. Beating up a tiny child. We are doing feck all to this bloke. Okay, so he's a proper fightman, if you will. Like. Ooh, spicy! And we've still got the witch's way to go. Whichever which way is that. Oh, that seems bad. Oh, cool! Look who's angry and jumping now. Ah! This feckin' bird's earning its pay. Oh, BS and chips! Ah! I do like how the jumping dodge is just to throw yourself through the air. Like, unceremoniously. Alright, you're up, Slug. Oh, cool. Fuck! God darn it! Peebles! Meanwhile, the knight and the nun are like, wait, the bird gets paid? Yeah, because he's the merchant. Ah, so we can't go under until we can... Yeah, I don't know about you lot, friends. That's a big yikes for me. I think maybe let's go visit the witches area first. Right, so fast travel. Oh yeah, the crossroads is what takes us down to Witch Town. Come, demon horse, we must ride. And yeah, Kisa makes a good point. We can just pay the bird in seeds and murder. Anyway, I know we've done the whole genre topic discussion before. I think the reason why I'm so obsessed with it is because it really is ours. Like, other creative means define themselves by the topics of their work, not by the way in which they are experienced. I love that. Because ours is a medium that you can only really understand by experiencing it. That makes me real happy. But that could be because, I mean, as I'm sure you've observed, like, I love video games so much. And I spent a large proportion, especially of my youth, having to explain to people why video games were worthy of discussion. And you don't have to do that anymore. Like, no one needs to fight for video games for their validity. Both artistically and fiscally, they're a big bloody deal now. And that's grand. Wondering's like, you like video games? Oh, you bloody hated him. I know. It's a shocking turn of events, Wondering Gamer. But, you know, I like to keep you all on your toes like that. Oh, I just walked into that ruddy scarecrow like an idiot. Hello, I am a tiny child, come from a village. The kind of thing that you lot usually like to snack on. What do you mean, you lot? Witches. Hansel and Gretel, all that. Oh, that might be useful. That certainly is. Though there's one thing that I hadn't really taken into consideration until we started playing this today. The fact that, like, Metroidvania-style games are feckin' perfect for doing early access, now I think about it. Because they're so clearly at staggered points, you know? No, that wasn't upgraded material for Snarks-a-Lot. That was the Furious Bright. And I don't know who that's for, but it's for someone. But yeah, like, I spent a large proportion of my youth desperately trying to prove to people that video games had worth and merit and value. And now that's accepted, and I love that. It makes me very happy. Oh, that was my... That wasn't... Wait a second, that's not my fireball at all! Mr. Slug, could you just handle that numpty? Thank you, Mr. Slug! So, if you're going to be stinky, I'm just going to avoid you. Okay, this is a video game where the enemies take full damage and I don't. Yes. Yes, please. So yes, the reason why I get so obsessed with the genre conversation is that we get our own special language, our own special series of points and descriptors for the medium which we love. Nobody else gets that. Movies don't get their own special little sub-stuff, you know. I guess pop-up books might be one of the few for literature. And to Bartender, what, oh friend? How you doing, dude? Bartender says, while I'm setting up general things on my PC, I do have some crazy taxi cocktails. Okay. In the words of the Offspring, yeah. Didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. Alka Cogley says, IMAX isn't a genre. Yeah, better wish it bloody was. Sorry, I'm just going to bring the bird out for this. Come on, Mr. Bird. Dogs can't swim. Sada says, choose your own adventure. A genre and a trademark that'll get you sued. God, that's a good point. I guess that's a real good example of how a user's input is a very important thing when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Because Choose Your Own Adventure isn't a genre, it's a series, but it has become a genre descriptor. For those of you who don't know, Choose Co. is the company behind Choose Your Own Adventure books, and they are a copywritten, trademarked series. So you can't just call something a Choose Your Own Adventure, because the lawyers will go, Bartner says, it's been a day for sure. Decided to wipe the PC clean after losing their old doggy photos. No! Oh, Bartender, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, friend. And yeah, I didn't mean to throw work directly at you. We were chatting about the fact that Crazy Taxi is now old enough to drink, and someone suggested that Crazy Taxi shots would need to be a thing that happened. Ding! Just as an FYI. Good work, Mr. Bird. Oh, a rest point. Lovely. Umbral Knight says, I've seen this flower before. Where did I see it? Well, excuse me, Mr. Knight. It's actually called a tree. Have some of that botanical knowledge. So bartenders are alright, the Crazy Taxi shot. So, for Axel, it's all well-rounded nonsense. That's your basic biznatch cocktail. It's not going to get you anywhere fast, but also isn't going to take you for a ride you're not trying to take. Ah, yes. I choose the crazy Cosmo Vodka Cranberry Cointreau Lime Juice Sour Skittles Rim Dust. Yeah, that's just a tasty, fruity explosion. It does what you want. Oh, yo, bartender, we're always for the drinks. Oh, and luckily there was a snapshot saved so you can do a backup. Okay, that's way cool. Clank says, you're making me want to make Kentucky Mules. Oh, that's like a Moscow Mule, but with bourbon, right? Oh, findings, the Coven Handbook. Okay, everybody. All right, everybody. All right, I need to turn to page 7 of your Coven Handbooks. You can avoid the first 6 pages as it merely contains a foreword by Nicolas Cage. That's a joke that I stole. Coven Handbook. The Coven is a place for sorcerers who seek deep knowledge of magic and the Abyss. Sorry. Kestrel's like, I forgot my number 2 pencil. Kestrel! You're gonna come to super duper witch wizard school without your number 2 pencil. What are you like? I also like the idea of saying the Abyss in a happy note. We help the jointly established White Parish aid the blighted eradication when needed. Huh. A religious organization teaming up with the local powerful coven rather than trying to exterminate them because of reasons? This really is a fantasy world. You must meet the approval of multiple sorcerers to join. Research into forbidden arts such as necromancy, wielding a weapon in a tower, and leaking information to other nations is still prohibited. Oh, so Bartner's got the next Crazy Taxi shot. So the BD Joe is a little different. We're talking a heavier car. Something that'll take you for a ride with some heavy cake to throw around your drifting mindset. So went with the ever syrupy Rumpelmints and root beer. Oh, of course, this is BD Joe we're talking about. So it's only to be served as Big Double. Feckin' yes. I'm not a root beer fan, but... go from here. Oh, got ourselves a lovely little in-between. No, no, no. Oh, and an ambulance fragment. Lovely. And yeah, Bartender, I'm real happy to hear. No, can't quite make it. Alright, Burb, can you just handle this guy, please? Thank you. And Wolfrad, this is a genuinely lovely game. I'm so happy to get to share it with you all. And it's got such a smooth patter to it, like I feel like I can actually have a conversation while playing it. Not saying that things to natter over is necessarily a unique selling point, but it's nice, you know? Alright, so Kestrel, have you managed to borrow a pencil now? Good. Okay, so next up on the crazy taxi shot. So Gina's a fast girl. She's all about accelerating in a hurry and keeping traction through those tight curves that you maneuver her thin width. Talking about the car. She deserves an Aperol spritzer. A healthy dose of lemon. If you want crazy bonus, add some vodka. This drink will get you there in a hurry. But you're not going to lose traction. You're not going to lose yourself drinking it. You might want to end as quickly as you ramped up, but you're drinking these. Oh, bonus to Gina. It's orange. Ah, yes. Yeah, and agree with Clank Crusher. Like, Bart and Ender, it's lovely to have both your deep lore understanding of the Crazy Taxi universe combined with your alcohol knowledge. I mean, that's why we got like chatting this stuff in the first place. Sorry, friends, for those of you who don't know, the reason why Bart and Ender's called Bart and Ender is because during a post-GameWorks... God, that feels so long ago now. Post-GameWorks drinking session. Like, I was after stream, I was just having a gin and a calm down afterwards, as I was wanting to do. I got talking to Bart and Ender about shots. Most likely the Four Horsemen, because for whatever reason, the Four Horsemen seems to be like, how to describe it? It's like every group of friends, every kind of... No, God, no! Fish people, no! Do not want. Every group of friends, every kind of like, you know, college life, every group of drinkers, I should say, has their equivalent of the Four Horsemen. Usually an apocalyptic drink or combination of drinks designed to wreak havoc and destroy. So when Neil Gaiman's Good Omens TV show got announced, I got talking about this because, like, I liked the idea of creating... I like the idea of that, but I hated that every time someone sat down to make an, air quotes, Four Horsemen drink, it was usually Jim, Jack, Bean, Jose, or some horrible liquid concoction designed to curdle minds and stomachs. And Bartend got pondering on this and just started making drinks while I was chatting. And what he did is he crafted 4 drinks based on the personalities of the 4 horsemen from Good Omens. Death, war, famine, and pollution. Although the whole pestilence taking a retirement doesn't quite slap like it used to, you know what I mean? Anyway. So we sat down and Bart and Ender put together a series of drinks that embodied the different characters rather than just drinks designed to mess you up 8 ways from Sunday, which I very appreciated. And we took some photos, did some taste testing. I tweeted it at Neil Gaiman, who would then retweet this and set my mentions on fire for like 4 days. And the reason why Bartender is because despite asking someone to spell check my tweet, I misspelt bartender. Thus a legend was born. Oh yes, and Bartender, last but most certainly not, comes Gus, the person no one ever picked when playing Crazy Taxi. I was a little torn on this one, says Bartender, because I think the two nice choices that fit, either a 1-2 ratio of rye whiskey and dry vermouth, classically the Brooklyn, with bitters and and it gets the boat.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hold that thought.
23 months Viking 64 Cat Hot. How's it going, Will?
Get to the boat. It's going gloriously. We have a beautiful game. We're talking about Bartender. Bartender's crafted 4 potential Crazy Taxi shots. 4 drinks for each of the different drivers. And we were chatting on that. I was retelling the 4 Horsemen story, albeit slightly disjointedly. And then you showed up here with 23 months like it's no big deal. How are you doing, friend? Jared says, I pick Gus sometimes. Nothing like bulldozing through traffic instead of dodging. That's fair. That's fair. Alright. Increases damage dealt by aquatic attacks. Well, I can't fight in the water, so I'm fine. Oh yes, and the reason why we're talking about Crazy Taxi booze is because the Dreamcast version of Crazy Taxi turns 21 years old today. It can now legally drink in the United States. Oh yeah, so last but not least, the Gus. Either a 2-1 ratio of rye whiskey dry vermouth with bitters and a mash, one of them fancy cherries, or this one deserves a song. The Missy Elliott, a reverse Manhattan. Oh, put your thing down, flip it and reverse it. The Missy Elliott is a 2-1 dry vermouth and rye whiskey with a couple of dashes of bitters. If you're paying attention, these will stay pretty easy to handle, but once the party started, there's no slowing down this crazy train. You will definitely misjudge your stop if you are slaying them too fast. Oh, the Umbral Knight says there exists a place known as the Coven beneath us. The path forward may be flooded, but we must go on. Okay. Double kill. Triple kill. Crowicide. Crowamanjara. Oh. Crowtacular. Crowtrocity. Alright, I'm done. Alright, so we've got to find out how we're going to bloody go down into the water. Alright. But yeah, Bartender, those are exceptional. Unjar Island, this does have a little bit of dust about it. Doesn't quite have the same level of like RPG mechanics, but it definitely has a good feel to it. Okay. Just curious. Okay, firstly, check you. Weird mushroom. Mechanics are groans. I'm not sorry. And Bartender, it's no worry. I still want to do the Gandam challenge with you, But that one feels like it's going to be more complex. But on the plus side, I've since made a ton of different Gundams to go alongside them, so... Because for the complexity of each of the Gundams, I don't think the drinks to match them would be as complex, if that makes a weird sense. Oh, fucking hell! This game has mimics! This is bullshit! Meaty Nun, protect me! Oh, that was hot brilliance, but also BS. One of the pots that we smash regularly, a huge monster came out of it. Bloody chase me if you missed it. Oh, Bart and Ender, yes! Yes, we do need to have a mead party when the world opens up. And, yeah, I would love to try some of the stuff you've been aging. Skull does, like, safe outdoor seating stuff, but it is very cold. And we don't have Skull money. Oh, Fungal Sorcerer. I was about to say, buddy, if you just keep casting... If you just keep casting gas, I'm just going to have my bird handle you. Bird, handle this. Oh, also ding. Mushroom person was like, I was so close to seeing her again. Oh, fungal explosion. Generates a toxic mist that reduces enemy health over time. Damage from the mist cannot be blocked. I know a big, angry, bad word who could absolutely deserve getting farted on by a fungal cloud. Oh, here we go. Lover's letter. To my darling. Upon reading your letter, I have decided to return. I have seen and learned so much on this half-year journey outside the Coven. I ache to tell you of all the sorcerings and sand dunes and strange creatures. And so much more. I'll be back soon with a souvenir. Love ya, Melville. Melville. No, I can't quite get the goodies. Actually, if I can easily back it up, what I might do. Bird, if you could just handle those, what I'm thinking. Because what I could do is get both the toxic smoke and the other one equipped, and then we're professionally ready to wreck face. Whoever that is, they look like a problem. Dear incredibly violent nun, please handle this. I am but a tiny child. Also, we have to be careful of pots now. Ooh. Bit of the old stagnated blight. Doop-de-doo, apples and pears. Got some stagnated blight in just yesterday. Bloody marvellous. Top fresh quality standard blight. Won't get it fresher than this. Burb. Thank you, Burb. Akisa, I do like the term stoop mead. There we go. If we ever... That's a great games company name. Stoop mead. Easy to spell, very evocative of personal choices. Oh, and sorry, on the subject of Gerblins, I do believe that the illustrious bartender did already craft a Gerblin drink. It was very impressive. Which I think we busted that one out for the last round of Age of Wonders, the last Age of Wonders we did at Gameworks. I don't know why that position was needed for remembering. It just was. It just was. Heh, get it? Spirits and spirits. Oh, fungal sorcerer. I can fancy there. So now I've got kind of two sets. I've got... Wait, no. So I want Burb over here. And I want Slug over there. Alright. How much have we got? Ooh. I think we should still enhance the Guardian... The big battle nun has been saving our ass so much. Oh, yeah, Nun has been putting in the hard work, so has the Burb. But the Burb doesn't need to survive quite as much. Although, dear friends, I just need to take a quick break, because I realise I've been smart and staying hydrated. I'm now busting for the loo. So friends, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back with you all in just a second. We'll see where this witch's coven takes us. And after that, who knows? Back in a second. Thank you all for waiting. So, where were we, friends? Aside from leaping around this little adventure. I made the mistake of checking the internets while she's in the bathroom. The whole nonsense going on with GameStop and AMC now is just all-encompassing. I don't know enough to comment on it really, but a lot of people are very excited about it. I'll probably make an operation to give it a good read-up after this evening. Alright, so that's my main, and then there are my toxic maneuvers. Alright. See if I can go this like swimming or something along those lines. I had that fish guy trying to eat my feeties. Sorry. Okay, yeah, now that Nun Lady's at level 3, she wrecks face. I'm entirely okay with this. God, the water effects on this are gorgeous. Oh, we can just go straight down. Lovely. And she's dead. Oh my word.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
It is a good day.
It really is, friend. It really is. And that makes feckin' 9 months, friend. And that's like 9 months since the existence of the Barton Ender account. Ah, the coven is sunken. Oh no, I hate a sunken coven. Just the worst. Yeah, Nun Lady is fun lady. She gets it done. Okay, so we can just ride this straight up if we want to. It's very cool. What the fuck are you? That seems bad. But you all saw that, right? Whatever that horrendous thing was. Darn it! Damn, this thing's kicking my ass. Okay. So sorry, we can switch between spirit profiles and some of the effects stay, but not the actual summons. MDH said one thing. Casual's like, I don't see anything. You always do this to me. Oh, feck me, sideways. Get my ass kicked down here. I was used to a certain level of, well, I don't want to say criminal, but I was used to being drastically overpowered for a bit there. I feel that's been taken away from me. Oh, Keith didn't see anything either, huh? Huh? Fucking Terra's a lawyer. Fucking darn it. The Mantis Ring Relic slightly increases spirit uses. Handy, handy. Brilliant, getting up there. But yeah, at some point, Bart and Ender, like, being able to revisit the Gundam Drinks project is something that I'm really keen to do. MDH is like, Will, are you okay? You've been playing Devil Daggers for 20 minutes and just, you keep rambling. Classy, I know. Thank you, Kestrel. Woo! To Mary Watto. Oh, just hang out with the jellies. I don't think we need increase of spirit. That's more like long-term usage. Oh, actually, though. Are there any of our... Oh, we haven't quite got enough to enhance. Oh, so Tamari, this game is gorgeous. This is... oh, my word. How have I forgotten? I've been playing this all bloody day. My brain is just absolute. Ender Lilies. I'll tell you what, let me just drop you the Steam store link. And it is just beautiful. It is a very evocative Metroidvania title. And it's real pretty. Oh, excuse me. Oh, how are you doing? Sorry, I was just nattering at Bart and Ender about... I had an idea ages back of... Because I've been wanting to do some more like deep dive research into different Gundams. And I love the idea of doing drinks to match them. But... I don't know how to translate a lot of the knowledge I have when it comes to stuff like that to things that are useful. So supposedly in here, there's... Oh, sorry, Sorcerer's Notes. I have been studying the text of the ancients, and it appears that there is a possibility of a connection between the Blight and one particular branch of magic. If we could decipher more of the old text found in the Blighted Lands, we could pursue this thread further. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go get riggedy-wrecked sun. Oh, there we go. Let's down this way. Ooh. This is very pretty. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, you fungal mess. Tamario says, I found out I was feeling off because of no drinking or plants. So I got that sorted now, moved my room. Okay. Well, glad to hear you got that sorted, friend. There hasn't been too much exciting stuff going on over here. One of my very drunken purchases showed up yesterday? It was yesterday. Which was a cup noodle model kit. Because apparently that's just who I am when I'm drunk. I have a 1-to-1 scale model kit of a pot noodle. Bird, can you just handle this guy? Oh, wow. Flying nun with spin to win. Tamira's asking, drinks based on Gundams or drinks related to Gundams? Well, one of the things that Bart and Ender, who's been chilling and with us in chat, is very good at is working out drinks based on ideas, concepts, characters, using flavor profiles and a few other elements to create some really interesting things. Peck me sideways. Oh, you did not. Oh, no, you really did not. You absolutely didn't. Chop! Get him, nun! God, she just does not. Just a general amount of no effects given. But the reason why I say that the Gundam stuff would be kind of complex is that... Oh, feckin' hell. Sorry, hold that thought. Yeah, good old damage over time. Oh, darn it. I've got to stop trying to dodge out of the way of that. Sorry, I've got to stop trying to jump over that. I'm going to dodge it. Fuck! Oh, yeah. Barnard says, gonna rekindle the fire here, but there are a couple things we can do for that. Drinks based on the Gundams that are built, drinks based on the pilots of said Gundams, or drinks based on the storylines involving. That's a good point. The idea of... okay. Obviously, I'm a big fan of separating the pilot from the design, because there's loads of Gundams that I love the design of, but absolutely dislike their pilots. Like, I understand Amuro's philosophy, and I respect it. God, he just whinges! I mean, in a time before... Oh, hang on, this could be... in a time before Shinji Ikari, Amuro was whinging in all fresh new ways. Oh, that's a level for Will. Oh, Barton says, I'm going to go shout, bear horns at Mega Ran. Oh no, feckin' go for it. He's doing a gig tonight, isn't he? Well, I'll tell you what, friends, I don't have any intention of stopping right this very moment, but Bart and Ender will probably catch you over there if that's where you're headed next. Because I want to hang out with this lot a little more. I got weirdly ill last night, which was very strange. Oh, no, that was very stupid of me. So I ended up having to call it early, so I want to hang out with them a bit more this evening. Shocking, I know that. I actually like spending time with all of you. Keith was saying, I would love to see a Domenkasu drink. Burning finger. Well, because you got the Burning Gundam, which is definitely... It wouldn't be wrong to have that be something spicy. But, like... Domenkasu is a straightforward... He's a well-meaning Egypt, let's be bloody honest. Oh, he found a lift. MDH is like, wait, you like games and us? I've been sold a bag of lies this past year. Can I say I'm a rebel like that? Yay! Although I might be in trouble here if I feck up this jump. Oh! I don't know if you heard that, friends. That is technically referred to as squeaky bum time, which is kind of like witch time, but for just extreme clenching. Jared says, need a One Punch Man drink. Looks boring, but has surprising depth and strength to get past its looks. Yeah, that does sound like a Vespa. By my understanding, a Vespa is an interesting combination of different liquids which the flavor profiles cancel themselves out, creating essentially like a... I don't want to call it a null, but... Okay, Burb, I'm going to need your help on this one, buddy. Because the Thorn Witch is going to kick my ass if I try and leap over there. Oh. Alright, let's take this feckin' lift down. I won't lie, friends. I'm getting a lot of Hollow Knight vibes now. We've got like we're down by the waterfront and things are getting strange. You know what I mean? Keep forgetting water dissipates our summons. So I've got to kind of pull some cheeky maneuvers with it. Okay, so just referring to Bart and Ender as a drink wizard. It does work. I'd like to introduce your new potions teacher, Bart and Ender. He's going to be teaching you all how to get riggedy wrecked on a tasty and affordable budget. Deciphering the profiles of... Oh, feckin' fish people! No! No. Get him, bird. I'd like to absolutely agree. I love it when games react to the environments you're in. So when you go underwater, the music and elements like that have a nice little muffled quality to them. Because it does help enforce that you are definitely playing the character. And it's a little detail that helps like solidify the two of you together. You know, the idea that you're in this experience combined. Alright, I'm just gonna let the bird handle that one. Yeah, so currently Havoc, I think water is fine, but the rosé is deadly. Actually. Just send our little slug friend in. Babacha! Takes the pressure off the burb, you know? Oh, Cadaxel says the fish people just want to say hi and invite you to their island. Is it the island of all sharks? An island comprised entirely of sharks? Because I might just, I might politely decline. I might just give that one a miss if it's all the same. I would call that the island of... Nah, I'm good, thanks. Cheers. The island of Yenar. Of Vienna, I'm good, Tar. Thank you. Get him, nun lady! Can you hear them cry? It's the crying of the nugs. If you hear the squeaking from the kitchen, that is the nuggets informing us that they are so hard done by. And once again, nobody loves them. They are unfed and unloved, abused. They are not given everything they could possibly want to eat all the time forever. No, no, no. They are dwarves. So bad. DX man, I am not qualified to be the arbiter of that conversation. The distinguishing between yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah, nah, yeah. I can't necessarily pronounce it correctly, but yeah, nah is one of the best things to come out of New Zealand. Alright. Parish Way, Chapter 3. Witness of the priestess' miracles knew they had found their saviour. They spread word of her blessing, and slowly the White Parish took form. The White Parish worshipped no god. Rather, they followed the guidance of the White Priestess, living so as not to fall prey to the blight. They also prayed for those purified of the blight. That's very kind of them. Why do I get the feeling that they're going to do a bad at some point? God. Sorry, just Barton and Electra were talking about like sounds in video games, and as you've all had to put up with me when I've gotten, especially when I've gotten drunk last Longship Day, like just getting to the City of Tears in Hollow Knight, absolutely gorgeous. God, I could spend so long there, just listening to the beautiful music and the sound of the rain. The City of Tears is a lot more mournful. It sings to what has been lost, but it's so beautiful. The problem with last Longship Day is I was 2 bottles of mead deep by the time we got there, and I was fucking hammered. Do not follow my example, friends, for I am a royal piss artist. I come from a long line of piss artists, formally trained, I'll have you know. Got an idea. Fuck! Alright, never mind. Yeah, and Cat Exile, you're making a good point. There's no save point music here. This doesn't make me feel safe. This makes me feel very unsafe. Still no music! Oh, why can't this just be a really pretty room? Oh, it's too quiet. I'm putting both headphones in. This is going to be something. Cat Exile, you get points for spotting it first, but... why can't we be friends? Oh, feck me. Whoa! Ow. Okay, that poison blast is very powerful, if I can get it working. Oh, that seems very bad. Oh, that seems even worse. Alright, let's have a little pray. Oh, piss me sideways. Things are not looking good for this tiny little girl. Ow. Ow! Little bit of help. Knight of Sarcasm. Alright, that worked. This seems bad. Third form? Yep, third form. Oh god, this is bad. Oh cool, her skirt is also death tendrils. No! Alright, we're coming back. Oh. And it was all a dream. I'm going back for another shot at that. Okay. So the thing is, the mist is very powerful, but she doesn't stick around long enough for it to work. So we've just got to use whatever nonsense we can. And I've got to be less blasé in the early modes. But I got this. I got this. Also, that's one thing to put on the list, dear Bart and Ender as well, is that when the world is safe again, we need to do a Portland trip. I've not had the chance to do, like, the varying bars and hotspots of that area, and it would be a wonderful reason to head down there. Funds willing. Okay, that was a... Oh, feck you. The timing's so different from her forms. Remember when I said I wasn't going to make dumb mistakes? And I then proceeded to make massively dumb mistakes? Oh, come off it. Just a child! Do you feel big and proud of yourself there? Which bad word? Bad, bad, bad. Terrible. Ah, fuck a duck. Okay, seriously though, Mr. Bird for MVP. With none in a close second. No! You stabbed me in the back! That much! Oh, it is on. It wasn't on before. It's on now. It's on. Oh, done a heck. In the words of Sir Frederick Durst, I hope you know I pack a ruddy chainsaw. Dustin, what ho? Oh yeah, and Kisa, that's it, like, Mushroom Guy is gonna wreck Sir Fighty Jerkwad. Like, he's gonna get, like, big meaty Fighty is gonna get his heck wrecked. I'm trying to save trying to save the birdman for future attacks. Alright, now we can get birdman going. Darn it. Fuck. Fuck! Piss and pee bags! Havoc's like, time to put the Viking braces on. Serious up. Oh, I don't know. That does involve something of a ritual. Are we at that point? Are we there? Havoc Puppy, that's a good question. I don't know, where are we? No, I can do this. I made some silly mistakes there. I got this. Being able to guess where she was going to go and drop the poison cloud and then switching to, like, big fighty nun for second form I thought was very good. I'll pee you. Yeah, eat the poison flames! I keep forgetting Sir Sarcasm has a lot more range than I give him credit for. I don't mean creatively. Alright, so then, switching to serious mode. Bird on. Darn it. Now it's serious time. Take a full heal, and let's do it like we mean it. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Crap, crap, no, I was too cocky, it was too cocky. Shocking, I know. Yes! Yes! Let's help out this, let's help out Hero Witch as I bask in my victory, Skylark Watto. This is Ender Lilies, a gorgeous Metroidvania evocative of Odin's Sphere, and I love it. Oh no! Showing us everything kind of the coven getting destroyed. Spirit. Dartwickshire Lane fires ranged arcane projectiles. Projectiles will home slightly on enemies in front of you. Elaine was raised a coven of witches and was hailed as a gifted sorceress in an early age. Meeting the priestess eased her anxieties and loneliness. Oh. Witch's Bubble! Black magic wielded by the Dark Witch Elaine allows you to traverse and attack in blighted waters. Lets Lily summon spirits and move freely underwater. Some spirits cannot be summoned underwater. Okay. So we can go swimming now. Though she may fade, the ward protecting the coven shall ever remain. Oh, thanks, Sir Knight. May you rest in peace. Oh, it wasn't talking to us. Again, also, it's interesting because with a lot of these characters, we're not really seeing their... We're not seeing their intent towards this little girl. It's kind of their last regrets, the shades of what is left of them. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. I win! And now... we can begin our new life under the sea. Should probably go save it first, otherwise I'll regret it. Hoppa! So spirits-wise, yeah, we've now got the Dark Witch. I'll probably replace Sluglad, or Sluglid, if you will, with that. Can we... Ah, okay. So we need the Furious Blight to improve her stuff. But she's like rapid fire high damage, which is cool. What do you mean, watch out for sharks, Kisa? No! Feckin' terror. No sharks. There are no sharks in this game. Cat Exile, I haven't checked to see how many flavors of Blight we can get. I mean, I've been kind of sticking to the standard, you know, your rosé, your white, tequila. Tokuno, is that the one from Sekiro of my face coming out of the water? Lexa's like, how is it only 6 PM? Haven't you get to bed? Hey, have a snooze. It's not quite a danger nap time. I'd say danger nap time is anywhere from like 8 to 10. A nap then means game over. Ah, the one and only. Oh, good. And that the whole thing with the gigantic carp in Sekiro was such a good... I want to say switch on expectation, but... Okay, so underwater is scary. And where possible, we should lure these bad words to their deaths. But we can pray underwater. Important note there. So, J-Post, this is going bloody lovely. We've rescued, I think, 2 kind of, like, narrative characters. And we're definitely making strides towards. We've just unlocked the ability to traverse underwater, which is going to prove very useful. And no, I don't seem to be able to help from just swimming back and forward. Feckin' fish people am I to eat. So Barnum's asking, what's my favourite thing about this game? Well, I could say the obvious. I could say the visual style, how evocative it is of, you know, games that I've loved. But I think it's how it's captured this kind of, I don't know, something I haven't really experienced since stuff like the Dark Crystal. How in a land so bleak and so destroyed, I find myself genuinely hopeful. I think it could be the way this little character is portrayed. The way she flinches when things happen. A combination of, I don't know, there's an innocent confidence to her moving forward. We are an act of hopefulness in this world. We're not the last ember of a dying age attempting to grasp on or restart the fires of civilization. We are hope. We are the good thing. Do you know what I mean? I think that's a big part of what I'm feeling with this. Salem says, are we the youth of a nation? Get out! And take POD with you. They were never invited to this party in the first place. Cheeky bad words. A lot of them. Don't know, it's... Yeah, it's a feeling evocative of things like the Dark Crystal. And I don't know how to entirely articulate it, but... Oh, what I should have been doing was playing some bloody attention. I'm far too easily distracted. Sailor says, what? No respect for the rock band who claims they penned this generation's Another Brick in the Wall? Ah. I am very happy that we have left POD behind. Also, ding. Ark of the Conclave, levels seem to improve, like, base damage and health. Especially with, like, Sir Knight and things like that. Miyakitsukura says, are non-boss enemies random drops as far as allies? We encounter, like, I think it's better to think of them like mini-bosses. They're not quite full-on fledged fights, but and they also seem to have like little story beats all their own. Ma'am, I just brought a battle nun with me. How do you think this is going to go down? Also, at least as it currently stands, there's no massive death penalty in this as well. Sorry, I should come up with a better term because that sounds very dark when I say it out loud. There's no like there's no you lost all your souls moment in this, which I'm extremely grateful for. Be careful for feckin'. Yep, there we go. I knew you were going to be back here. Ignore it. These feckin' barrel mimics are the worst. And I don't mean mechanically. I mean they just genuinely horrify me. Oh, cool! There's two of them! Run, child, run! Run! Jesus, those things are powerful and very scary. Feckin' hell. Get you a nun that handles stuff like that. Oh, grants additional relic slot. Lovely. And now we are in the... Oh, crud vapors. Bird, if you could help out, that would be lovely. Ark! I was not ready for that. I used up all my health handling those two feckin' bad words. Yeah, Ark of the Conclave, you were right. I should have poisoned Cloud because she was just in one place. But I was a little too distracted. That's on me. We don't need to murder Fishman. As long as he leaves us alone. What's up here? Oh, I'm Baron. Welcome back, friend. Welcome back. How are you doing this evening? This game continues to be utterly gorgeous, in case it wasn't obvious how much it's gripped my attention. But I'm actually managing to semi-hold a conversation while it's going on. Though admittedly, like, the bartender and lecturer have been handling most of the conversational details. I've just been... Sorry, just handling some mushroom people. You know how it is. Okay, firstly, rude. Secondly, ding. Alright. Feck all of you lot. I'm just going to go fight. I'm going to go fight Spooky Flower Lady. Oh, way to put it in the wrong side. Oh. There we go. There's also another thing about this little child. They don't seem fussed by the horror and the things they're seeing. If anything, it's like they have a certain amount of empathy, of pity for these creatures, but not fear. Like, it's like, Floral Sorceress? Is it me? I mean, harness the wind to blow your enemies away. You tell us. The charming sorceress, beset by grave illness, spent her days alone. Amongst the flowers, she waited patiently for her lover's return. He left to seek a cure for her, but she only wished to be with him for what time was left. Tale as old as... well... it's actually a very heartwarming and quite genuine little story. Feel bad for mocking it now? Yeah, feel quite bad about that. Yeah, nah. We're heading up from here. With any luck, I can get us to a nice place to rest, heal up. Oh! A tiny heal is better than no heal, right? Yeah, but sorry. Here was me. I feel like I'm eavesdropping at this point. Sorry, I was reading your conversations, and real happy to hear you're all getting the stuff you deserve, friends. But down from here, we could go for a swim. Oh god, Bartender, talk about things you never want to hear from a medical professional. Like, yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Actually, let's give that a shot. Floral Sorceress. Oh, can be used underwater. Oh, this is the point where I feel like I need more sets. I'm going to give this one a try instead of the Dark Witch and just see how it comes through. Bartender's like, every time I talk to him, I feel like he just blasted a bowl or 6. Oh, goody! But I do hope all of your stuff gets sorted, friend, because I do remember it making your life far more difficult than it needed to be when you were over at GameWorks. Oh, way cool! Okay, who wants to go kick in that big numpty on the bridge? Spoiler, it's me. I want to go kick him in. Oh, Rilu! Fucking hell. Rilu popping in. Saying, want to talk medical professionals. Oh boy, I have stories. Yeah. I don't mean this to be, to signify the start of a pissing contest, but I've heard Rilu's tales, and yeah, Rilu wins. Flawless victory. And Rilu would like to remind you all that, friends, somewhere you've made a hot drink and it's going cold. Don't forget about that drink. God. Oh, actually, I can check out the under area here though. The Akua, as we can swim. Now, this seems, looking at how rickety this building is, this seems like an ill-advised maneuver. Poison cloud underwater feels like a bad idea. Rilu says, on more positive notes, today marks exactly 2 years since they was admitted to hospital with suspected appendicitis, and the first day finally started new meds. I'm real happy for you. I'm real happy for you, Rilu. Sorry, it's gone very quiet in-game in a large open underwater area, which signifies to me, be afraid, be very, very afraid. I don't like it. Clap, 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 clap. More on that story at 11. I mean, that's what my heart's telling me. Shark boss, ooh ha ha. Man, I wish I could summon Grist Turtle. Just in general. Or one of the big turtles from Korra. But no, really, that's super good to hear. Aside from Fiona being able to now craft hats from the ether, there's no real news going on with us. We managed to come up with... well, Sailor managed to come up with a term for our current buy-nothing lifestyle. What was it? The faubourgeoisie. Because Fiona managed to acquire both a little knitting machine and a new Keurig, so like a super fancy coffee machine. And so, like, at first glance, we look like we got some bougie shit going on over here. It's cool. But it's all like second-hand, free cycle. Sorry, I managed to derail myself from a thought there. I wonder if later on, combining different spirits together that have stories, because the thing is, the story of the flower caster, the flower witch, was saying that she had someone that her lover went away to find her a cure. I think we found him later on. I think he's the gassy fungal bloke. Yeah, Kisa, I like to think that. And I like the idea that having their spirits together could cause some positive effects, you know what I mean? Although, if we're going to go take on Matey Boy, I need a little bit more range. So I'm going to be replacing Floral Sorceress with Dark Witch, just to give me a bit of breathing room, you know? Alright. Gassy fungal bloke. That is definitely not how I want to be known. No. So the person that casts the toxic cloud was another little battle, and when we found his note, he spoke of a lover who he'd left behind in the coven, and how he desperately wanted to tell her about all the things he'd found, and the floral caster had a story of just wanting their partner to be there. Anyway. Oh, feck me. Oh, feckin' hell. Oh, feck, I mistimed that horribly. Oh, feckin' hell. Alright, I'm doing slightly better, but not by much. So now he's going to do his other... God, there's just something so sad about this guy. This is not like a glorious boss battle. It doesn't feel like we're... You know what I mean? I don't feel heroic and triumphant in this battle. This is sad, whatever its reasoning. From his lumbering pacing to... Oh no, here we go. Now he's just gonna beat the shit out of me. Soviet Watto, friend, how you doing this evening? I guess we managed to make him angry. Okay, so... I've got an idea. It's not a good idea, but it's an idea. I'm gonna remove Sir Knight and then use the other ones, because if I'm not going in to hit him up close, might as well use the Bird Merchant, or Berchant as I like calling him. Oh, feckin' hell. Oh, this is not going to plan at all. Oh my feckin' life. Alright, this was a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea, and I was stupid for trying it. Feck! Feck! Oh, feckin' hell. on. No! Now, Peebles! Nah. So close, and yet. Now, I got this. I just need to be a little bit more careful. I'll have a little sip, chat with you all lovely selves before I try this again. I say sip, I just finished it. Okay. Okay. It did seem to be working. I forgot to keep the, Okay, here we go, here we go. Ow! Shite. Peebles. Double Peebles! Ah! Oh, feckin' feck you, me! No! You bastard! Oh! Alright, alright. No, you're right. It was working. It was working. Guess who forgot he had rings he could put on? This guy! So that's spirit slots. Alright, so now we get more powers. Oh, the other thing is, once I ran out of... once I ran out of... abilities, I swapped it over and realised I had the same thing stacked twice. And J-Post, thank you for 100 bits, even though it was for a grand failure. Yeah, as you're right, Ark of the Conclave Bird shouldn't be in both. And I now have a lot more spells to cast with both of them. I just need to not get my tiny child Gabba punched in by Mr. McFights-a-lot. Ooh, we do have the power to upgrade one. I'm thinking of upgrading the Burb. We can afford to upgrade one of our additional powers. It's got to be either Burb or Dark Witch. What do you reckon? Vanderbeest says, you want to take a beat? I threw something into Creation Celebration. Oh, so did Asari. All right, I'm down for a quick look at what people have been making. Bear with me just a second. Sorry about that. Let's have a look-see. What have you lovely Mother Hubbards been making? Oh wow, sorry, that is very impressive. Sorry, it's done kind of like a dark night sky painting. That's legit impressive. And Vanderbeest's been making those Slanesh cultists. Have you been tampering with the dark gods again, Vanderbeest? We've spoken about this. We've spoken about this. All right. Sorry, I look back at Baron Sheep's like, Mr. Fight-Slot's my Pornhub username. Absolute terror. Ark of the Conclave wants to throw it on the Witch. I mean, the Witch is definitely the harder hitting. It's a main skill, attack plus attack combo. Yeah. So that means the Witch is hitting harder. We've got more spells to cast for everybody. Birds up. Let's do this. Oh, you feckin' bad word. Oh, you feckin' bad word. This isn't exactly going as planned. I'll level with you. Fucking hell. I got sloppy, friends. I got sloppy. Alright, now he's in big mad mode. Oh cool, he does that 3 times now! Bastard! Baron's like, okay, spoiler for Memnol on Saturday. Interdimensional portal, Hannah comes through, then is immediately killed by a mimic. Oh god. I just had this thought of what if Memnol's seasons crossover? Emberlin would absolutely have set fire to Thick within about 4 minutes of meeting him. Oh, Thick. Oh, feckin' hell. Oh, scheisse. Doing better, doing better. God, I've really got to feckin' concentrate. We're doing better. We're doing better. This is good. Leave me alone! I'm a tiny child! No! Fuck! Piss. J-Post, thank you for 100 bits there. Kisa says, can we upgrade anybody? Sadly, we are at maximum upgrade. I don't know why I did the hand gestures there. But that's where we are. Alright. No, I'm not done. We ain't out. He big mad. I didn't realise how dark it got in here. Okay. This boss is maximum jumpy boy. Let's go wreck his face. Will, gotta pay attention. Oh, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass up, friend. It's like if I can keep him doing this little dance, then it's fine. Ah, Shizer. And I certainly wouldn't disagree with he's deceptive. It's that jumpy move of his which puts him in a perfect spot to do nonsense. And to stay out of his, his nonsense range requires a lot of concentration. You. Alright. Jump. Jump. And he's going to do one more. Jump. Alright. Do you feel big? Do you feel proud, big man? Beating up a wee child. Pea bags and ball sacks. Oh, so Bartender, what it seems to be is there's like a poise meter, not too dissimilar from Sekiro. When an individual's poise meter is down, you don't get an instant kill in this one, but you're able to do a lot more damage, kind of like bash through their armor, and throw them off for a little bit. With this one, it seems to be, for as long as he's got that up, he takes very little damage from a lot of attacks, which is why the acid keeps wrecking his day. I'm kind of trying to keep him in this little, take easy swings at me roundabout, because this cuts right through his armor. bastard with the backswing. Feckin' Nora. Alright, we're doing better this time. Come on, you've got 3. You got 3 in you, mate. You got 3 in you. Here we go, here we go, here we go! Yes, yes, yes! 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 Oh wow, that is a literal blood rain. That was an actual rain of blood. Oh, there we go. Yes! I still don't feel like the hero though, because most of that fight's really sad. Let's make this person feel a little bit. Let's do some purification on this little angry bundle of. I heard muffled voices from the villagers outside my shack. They fear what I've become upon returning from the fortress battle. I choose to become an immortal knight to protect them all. There are days I wish I could be purified, but the priestess of the fount must not be made to carry the burden any longer. After some time I hear voices again. But this time they belong to the white priestess and a child. The priestess once, but a child herself, now cuts a radiant figure. I no longer know the pleasures of joy, but despite this, my cheeks widen with a grin. When madness takes me, will this little one be made to carry the burden? Oh. Yeah, so he volunteered to become immortal, despite knowing that it would eventually drive him mad and he would lose his sense of self. Fucking oh, yeah, so Grandpa became a big old baddie. Oh, swings a heavy, powerful hammer slowly, but with force and range enough to blow enemies away. A giant man once dubbed the finest knight in the kingdom. He was a symbol of glory and a hero to his village. His altruism made his demise a lonely one. Giant hammer, while airborne, do a ground pound. Ah, so he's going to help us get through a whole bunch of squishy areas. Okay. He protected the village till the very end. A brave warrior indeed. And that was your mother. Did you often visit with her? Sir Knight's not really being super helpful, but there we go. Also, is it me or does she have, like, red in her hair now? Was that always there? Yeah, we've got Grandpa new skill. Findings, Hamlet scroll. These images are scrawled using thingy. It appears to be a doodle of a white priestess of the fount playing with the children of the hamlet. Ah, just having some cool kid times. No, as you do. Said there was a... Sorry! Alright, so now we can... Well, this seems bad. Umbral Knight. It seems she hid herself away with the aid of her children. What a tragic end. Oh, the priestess's wish? No! A fleeting wish left behind the white priestess at the moment of her death. Yo! We just found her mom! She hid in a basement. Feckin' hell, this game. Findings handler request number 2. Warning! The catacombs are off limits. Do you hear me? If I find out any of you lot will be going to the catacombs, I will be so grumpy. Blighted captured in Land's End are being held in the catacombs. To reduce the risk of further spread of the blight, the catacombs are off limits. Also note that harbouring individuals carrying the blight is a crime. Reported to any and all sightings of the blight to Imperial soldiers immediately. Given my choice, I'd have rather lost my mind than this. Oh my word. Okay, so whatever that... We need some kind of, I guess, wall running or the equivalent. Kisses like, well, please. Well, then don't go in the bloody catacombs. It's not hard. But yeah, I do not remember her having those red streaks in her hair. I'm definitely trying to work out if I've imagined it or not. Alright, so we basically kind of got our spellcasting set and our I'll wreck your face set. And that's cool. Although, Grandpa Big Hammer is also infinite, so he's like, BAMF. We can probably combine those quite nicely. I also do not remember how many places there were that we couldn't get through without the... Had a wet sound to it that I did not appreciate. Bombs. Oh wow, okay. Okay, Grandpa's big attack is very powerful. Yeah, Arctic Glacier said at the beginning she definitely had pure white hair. I didn't notice it until... I didn't notice it until Grandpa. Justin, no. I'm not saying that. You can't make me. It's kind of the first proper crowd control we've gotten as well. Kisa, no, don't encourage this. Yakiskura said she had some dark areas before Grandpa. Feck, I'm gonna have to go back to the VOD now and see, like, how her attire has changed. Okay, firstly, feck you, mate. Oh, he's just so feckin' happy to be here. Crud. So I tell you what, friends, we've hit kind of the 7-hour mark. I think this is a good space to bring this, bring at least this part to a close, because by my understanding, we've made it to chapter 3. Chapter 4. Okay. By my understanding, we can't progress from this point currently. Now look at that team of cool kids. As I was saying earlier in the show, like, this is an early access title, so they're going to be adding more chapters to it, which is something I didn't think that I would necessarily gel with. If you were making a Metroidvania title and said you wanted to do an early access launch, I'd kind of be a bit hesitant to advise you thusly, but this honestly works. And that's not something that I was expecting. Thinking about it almost like an episodic creation's kind of dope. So, gonna tab us out of that. But holy feckin' hell. This game was utterly glorious, and I'm so glad we got to do it all as a group together, you know what I mean? Hang on, let me put my smooth jams on. There we go. Yeah, I would not have advised anybody to do this kind of title as an early access, and, you know, I'm never mad to be proven wrong when it comes to stuff like this, do you know what I mean? Arthur Conclave says, is her hair darkening as she levels up? Well, again, I'm going to have a look at it later on. Kisa says it can help with fine-tuning hitboxes. That's a good point. I mean, it does have a very fluid combat system. And I'd 100% be okay with them getting it just right. There isn't a lot of wiggle room with titles like this after launch, because unless it's really broken or really uncomfortable, tweaking things like hitboxes, weapon effects, stuff like that after launch might end up removing something that somebody very much likes. You may end up doing more damage than good, despite having like best intentions. So I don't know. I think I'm talking utter nonsense at this point. Suffice it to say, I had a bloody good time with this game. Let me drop another Steam link. I mean, you all know the play by now. If you like this game or like the look of it, throw it a wish list, give it a follow if you can on Steam, and that'll help give it a boost for everybody else. Oh yeah, and I had a quick look on the store page. Her hair is definitely pure white at the beginning, so there is something there. Maybe it's an item we've equipped. Maybe it's the effect of all of the abilities. I don't know. But bleeding Nora is good. So this is a potential for us to follow along. Kisa, symbolism! Could be. I mean, there's this implication that the Forever Rain has this corrupting effect. But, like, who is the knight that's been guiding us? We are the daughter of the priestess, yet we seem almost ethereal compared to everything else of this world. It's a good game that leaves you with questions and things to think about, you know what I mean? I mean, Asari could be. It really could be. Sorry, Asari was putting forward, like, loss of innocence from exposure to these horrors. Bloody could be. But this has been a lovely day. We've had, like, a myriad of good chats. The banter has been exceptional. The game has been lovely. Like, can't say fairer than that. You can't say fairer than that. Oh, also, friends, so tomorrow, Fiona's going to join me and we're going to be starting Spiritfarer. So, that I'm fully looking forward to. I've been looking forward to sharing that with you all for a very long time. Sorry, here's me multitasking. I'm just seeing who we're going to be popping over to after this. Oh yeah, and I don't think you're wrong, Kisa. It does look like the kitty gets all of the best moves, you know what I'm saying? Kisa, do you know if Thor's going to be leaping into Warcraft? Or is that a different day? Because I'd love to go hang out, but... Oh, also, sorry, as a completely random thing aside, I spied one thing on Twitter that made me smile a whole lot. Rami pitching the idea of doing a combination stream of Hitman and Flight Simulator, where he flies between each destination in between doing Hitman missions. And I'm like, that's feckin' awesome. I wish I'd thought of that, you know? Okie dokie Lokies. So I tell you what, friends. Let's go and hang out with Thor. I haven't chatted to him in a while. And he might have more of an input on today's nonsense. Yeah. God, as soon as it's that weird thing of as soon as I finish gaming, it's like my attention just drifts into the ether. Bacon Avenger with chaos! Thank you kindly. What a bloody marvellous day it's been. Had a redonkulous train, the game was good, conversation was glorious. Fucking yo.
You said bell peppers and beef.
His name's Asimov Solensen. Are you listening to me?
There's no beef in here. So you wouldn't really call
Sorry.
it bell peppers and beef now, would you?
Yes.
For you lovely selves, it was wonderful to hang out with you today. I'm going to pass you over to Thor, give you some Go Pirates smooth radio voice. Oh shit, no, cancel. I almost forgot to do the bloody credits. Fuck, what is up with me right now? I am so sorry, friends. Let's remedy that. I don't get to do this without you lot keeping my dumb ass alive, so sincerely thank you. Also, I can tell you now, because I didn't want to tell you earlier, there's a feckin' pixel right beneath me, and I don't know why. And I'm going to hunt that down after stream, and I'm going to obliterate it. Sorry, that was the thing that that I spotted earlier that was driving me loopy. And I just had to ignore it, because there's no way I could solve it while chatting with all of you lot. Right. Friends, you all threw in an inordinate amount of stuff today. This was not just because you threw in bits, this was a glorious day for a myriad of reasons, but...
Jet, do you know that there are 3 things that I particularly hate?
Really?
As I've said multiple times,
Animals.
myself,
Women with
Fiona,
attitudes.
all the Nuggets, River, like right now, you lot are the ones keeping us up late. So... And Asari, thank you kindly. I have no what's the term? Misconceptions as to what Spiritfarer is going to be like. Now, first off, Deus, thank you kindly, not just for all the feckin' video stuff you do, but also throwing in money. Now, to Eraman, Kimball, Katros Sadlin, Sari Greenfire, Bayanaut, Reflective Gamer, Kestrel North, J-Post, the Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers League, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, Mecha Noel, and Sari Greenfire again. Thank you for throwing in bits. They're the biggest thing that keeps us going right now, so sincerely thank you. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Pow, Rhymes, Moose, and Tarlicus. That's a full set. And we had a bunch of new followers. So to Jerebic, Coffee Time, and Draco Fire. Thank you all kindly for following. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, I must thank. Obsidipan, Harmonious, Sublimina, Father Camus, Gold Luca, Dominicane, Jaripa, Weldy B, Jonathan Pope, Kimball, Neozm, Red 13, Jaralan, Crowbeat, Chronofire, Tokuno, Gets the Boat, and Bart Nender. Seriously, friends, whether you were tagged by House Carl or whether you lot were celebrating some monstrous long sprees, it all adds up, friend. We're rocking at 400 friendos, even as things are calming down, and that's incredible numbers. I'm sure you all know that, right? So, sincerely, thank you. Alright, now that I've unfecked the ending, now let's go over and hang out with Thor. I can't imagine Heartbound's got too much time left in dev, so I am severely looking forward to the next proper playthrough of it. Like, I want to do it start to finish. God, I'm really looking forward to that. Kisa, I'm the big nerd. I did not spend, my undergraduate in 90s weebery to be called a nerd. Thank you. Yeah, Jaralan, we gotta save Baron. Not Baron Sheep. Baron the dog. You know what? It'll make more sense when we play it through. Monstrous Dork. Thank you kindly, Lecter. God, does she get those as, faux certificates? This certifies that Will is, in fact, a monstrous dork. Gavin's like, Baron remembers Will. Baron and Mavis. Oh, we do not have time to explain Mavis Beacon. Right. Friends, give my love to Thor. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Tomorrow you get me and Fiona for Spiritfarer. So, oh boy. Thank you for a great day. And I'll see you tomorrow. Oh. Making a mess over here.